Hey guys. Shoot, Zeke's not in view. Bubba, go in the view of the camera. You got that nice cozy bed. Hello everybody. Anybody out there? Hello, hello, hello. um, anyway, cheers everybody. Little cotton candy Alani. How is everyone? Let me pull up my YouTube on my phone.
You'll need to unlock your iPhone first.
Okay, thanks. Hey Cuff You. I don't know if Jennifer's still here. I'll just wait a few minutes till some people come in. Um, wow, it's not even showing. It hasn't even picked up on my phone that I'm live just now. Is it really 56 minutes behind? That was crazy. Hey Adele. So that means I'm talking for a whole minute before it actually goes live on YouTube. Anyway, how is everybody? Hi, Jess Vickia. Jess Vickery. Jess Vickery in the house. Okay. Let's start. Hi, April. Oh, I wanted to open this real quick and cheers you guys real quick before I share anything. But let me share my screen still so I have it already. Okay, so cheers. I don't do these that often that when I do, I enjoy them. Although when I was in Columbus, when my nephew was born, I drank them a few days in a row. Okay. Different ones, not theirs. Okay. So I haven't talked about this case in a few days. So the way I like to do is I like to go over everything, picking up from where I left off. So some of this stuff will be a few days old, a couple days, 2 days old, or you know what I'm saying? So because I like to just pick up everything that I haven't done yet. So you may have seen some of this stuff. Let me take a sip of this. But we're gonna do the I don't know if we're supposed to call them the Ohio 16 or how to categorize, this case. I wonder what when it goes to trial, you know how Law and Crime or Court TV, they like to think of a title for the trial. I bet you it'll probably be House of Horrors, maybe. I don't know because I've heard people calling it that. But there's been actually multiple cases though in this since I've been covering true crime that had that name, House of Horrors, though. So it's you guys remember some of those? Um, oh, there's some bad ones. Well, a lot worse ones than this, I feel like, because I don't know if this is going to prove like how many you think that there was actually like um like violence in the house. I'm so interested to see the facts of this case. Sorry. Now what they did to them in general, like the neglect and living in that type of a thing, that's abuse right there. But I'm curious if we're going to when we find out if there was actually physical going on. What do you guys think? Put a 1 if you think yeah, and a 2 if not. Like with the kids. Man, how it sizzles in your mouth. I don't drink pop normally, so man. Okay. I want to start by playing the one of the videos. I have a few with the lawyer, but I want to start off by playing the one with Elizabeth's lawyer. He does a couple interviews. So let's start there. There's one on News Nation that's pretty good because what's his name? Como, he comes after him. He reminds me a little bit of Nancy Grace, the way he's coming after him. We're gonna start with that one. All right, you guys ready? This is Elizabeth's lawyer doing an interview a couple days ago. I think this one came out News Nation. Oh, actually, it was uploaded 2 days ago. Yeah, 2 days ago. Um, you guys ready? Oh shoot, I hit the. Oh, I made a new one. Wait, was it this one? Yeah, I think I like this one. My OCD. I'm sorry. I always have to do it twice. I have to reshare it twice. I had it shared and I had to redo it. Okay. To make sure I share the audio. It's just a little thing you guys are going to have to deal with. Okay. Do you? Okay. Dog Carney do hair in my coffee. I love that name. All right, here we go.
What can you tell us that gives any perspective other than the obvious on the role of the mother in this?
Well, Chris, this is a situation that has been absolutely sensationalized by the media. Just by listening to your lead in on this story, you are capturing the essence of the issue here. We're talking about a headline that reads, "A House of Horrors, Pure Evil." That is the description that the Ohio Attorney General used. And I believe that that is probably the reason that we're here today doing this interview, is because the Ohio Attorney General, and now picked up by the media, is using this inflammatory and invocative language. So we are at the very early stages of this investigation. I was able to meet with my client, Elizabeth. I've met with her now 3 times. The person that I met does not come across as pure evil. The person that I met comes across as a mother who has been separated from her children, who is exhausted, and who misses her children, and is asking me constantly what she needs to do to see her children again, what she needs to do to ultimately be reunited with her children. That does not jive with the prosecutor's narrative. It doesn't jive with the attorney general's narrative. And I think because of that language that was used so early on in this case, we are sitting here now having to defend that on television and in the media instead of in a court of law.
Well, that's a choice, and I'm glad you made it, because I think the audience is interested in this, and I think it's helpful for us to understand these situations. Let me ask you something. Have you seen any of the children?
I have not seen any of the children. At this point, they are being placed by the South Central Ohio Job and Family Services.
Have you seen any reports on the condition of the children?
I have not. At this point, again, we are so early on in this case. My office does not even have discovery from the prosecutor's office yet. We have
so you haven't seen the kids. You haven't seen the medical records yet because it's very early on. Let me ask you, counsel, where does your sense of righteousness come from when you don't know what you're talking about?
Well, Chris, here's the thing. I've been able to meet with my client. I've spoken to Elizabeth. I'm a criminal defense attorney. Chris, I know you're an attorney too. I sit across from people in the jail all the time. I can get a sense of what someone is thinking, what someone is feeling. It is very clear that Elizabeth Siders cares about these kids. In the hours and hours that I sat there in the jail, she keeps directing the conversation.
Real quick, if she indeed really cares about them, then there has to be something wrong with her. Because if she's like competent, she understands what's going on in reality, putting her children in that kind of environment is not caring. So if he's saying she indeed really does care, and maybe she does, then that means there's something not right with her head. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't really care. And because here's the thing, she could have been getting help with that many kids. That is what the state, like Medicaid and all the services that the state offers. If you have kids, and some people like don't like this fact because people would just pop out kids for the benefits, but if you have kids, that's what it's like designed for. You know what I'm saying? That's who gets the most benefits. I'm not saying it's, you know, how I feel about that, but that is, they would have helped her basically. So there's not really an excuse for that. So that's what makes me think there's something not right in her head. Like, or Or I guess the other option is she was being forced. She was a victim and he was making her, you know what I'm saying? So I guess that could be the other option, that he was controlling the situation and she was his victim and she was so scared to do anything that she just kind of obeyed him. So that could be another option. But if they're going to come out and try to say, oh no, we were just poor and that's all, then I have an issue. But there could be some other options. I know either she's not right in the head, or it could be both. She's not right. It's got something going on, and it could be from all the probably lack of nutrients from having all those babies and probably not proper care. You know, you got to take care of your body, and you're just depleting all of this every year, and you're not getting proper care. That could have really done stuff on her mental capacity and what he's treating her like. So, yeah. As I was talking, I was kind of changing my mind. As I was talking out loud, I kind of realized, wait a minute, it could also be this. So, okay. Sometimes I talk it out with you guys.
Back to, are the kids okay? She's been receiving care packages in the jail, Chris, and today she tried to give me some of the items from her care package to give to the kids.
Do you see the pictures of the home that I'm showing there right now?
So I don't know if you guys caught that. He says this on multiple interviews, actually, where she's getting care packages now. If you know Joey, her brother's been doing live streams and has been getting a lot of support, which in turn he's telling everybody he's giving everybody her information to be able to help her in jail, whether it be like commissary stuff, care packages and stuff like that. So she's getting a bunch of them, I guess, and she's telling the lawyer, hey, I don't want these. Can we give these to my kids? So that's what he said, which I thought that was interesting.
The descriptions of officers of the conditions and the amount of feces and how they had a hard time staying conscious when they were in there and thought they had to call hazmat. Is that how you think children are normally kept by caring mothers?
So the pictures that I'm seeing now are pictures from outside the home. And I want to make it clear that any of the pictures...
There's a window. There's a window.
Okay. Yes, into the front room there. I don't know the specific layout of the home at this point. I'm sure that's something that we'll learn in discovery. But I think that it's important to remember that all members of the Siders family were living in this home. This was my client, as well as the rest of the family, living in this home. The notion that these kids were somehow confined to this 12 by 12 space is pure conjecture. There is no evidence to support that these kids were in any way restrained in this room. There's no evidence to suggest that these kids were not allowed to go outside of this.
Even the prosecutor, that one on the last video I did where he did that press conference, even he said, like, the people, media talking about how there's cages because the people were doing fake pictures, fake videos, or videos and pictures of different cases of like people in cages and chained. Even the prosecutor said that's not what it was. That's false. There was no cages. They weren't chained. Now that doesn't mean they weren't restricted to the room, but I don't think they were. Me and my mom differ kind of in our opinions on that, because she was talking about like saying how they were basically stuck in that room, but I'm thinking maybe they weren't. Maybe they were allowed to go roam the house. Maybe they weren't like had to stay in that room 24 hours a day. I'm not sure if I believe that's the case. It's still horrible because that house is gross, but I don't know if we'll find out. Were they stuck there? They probably all had to sleep there, which is horrible because there was probably only one bedroom, but I don't think that they couldn't leave that room. I could be wrong. He also talks about how they have social media and stuff. So I guess time will tell. Time will tell. But I also wanted to compliment. He is staying so calm. Like the way he handles Como or whatever, coming at him like that. Her lawyer actually stays very calm and respectful. Doesn't like lash back. He's actually handles it with integrity, if that would be the right word. Because he's coming at him, and if he ever goes on Nancy Grace, I think he'll handle it good. I guess we'll see.
This is a case, Chris, and it's a case that is far too often true here in Southeast Ohio. This is a case of poverty. This may be a case of isolation. It may be a case of parents getting in over their head when it comes to their children and their family. But this is a case of these people living together here.
Thank you for watching.
So yeah, I thought he handled that good. He does a few other interviews that we'll watch too, but I'll kind of mix it up here. Okay. Let me exit out of that. So, talking about the layout of the house, did you see that video of that guy basically? And I told my mom because we were in Columbus, we were near there when this was all going down. I said, I wish I would have thought of it. I would have had I would have had you drive me there because she drove us. I would have had you drive me there, and I could have went in the windows and like took pictures or whatever. Because now they're boarding them up. I would have got the inside when there was like no inside pictures. And but this guy did. So check this video out. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but I just saw it today. Hold on. So you could kind of see the layout, and then I'll show you the pictures, the new pictures that are new as of the last couple of days that came out. Because you know how we got a couple inside pictures where there's a few more now. But and you can kind of see that same room with the lion when he takes the goes in there. Check it out. There's no sound. Yeah, so do I. So do I, Tracy. I think that too, to be honest. My mom, well, I think her mind at first was like they were stuck there, but I think now that I'm telling her, I don't think they were. She's kind of like, oh, well, maybe, maybe not. But see that room with the lion? Well, there's a picture of a lion up there. But so if you look, let's look real quick. So this side window right here is like that main, looks like the main, like, I would think, because this looks like a freezer, right? I would think this would be, actually, I don't know. I was gonna say the main living room, but is that a freezer right here? So is this the kitchen or I don't know. And then this room, and we know this is legit because we see him go from the house to the window. So, um, all right. So then let me see. Oh, I have that one. I have that one timeline, Cuffy. I showed it in my last live. It is really good, that timeline. Now that second thing you did, I'll have to check. This crime page. Thank you. I'll check after a little bit when I'm playing something else. Okay. So that's kind of cool that he got some things. I would have done it if I was there. Now they have the everything boarded, I'm pretty sure. So that you wouldn't be able to do that anymore. I think. I know I saw the front windows were boarded. I'm pretty sure most of them are now. Um, okay, so then we got, let's do those pictures. Yeah. I actually screenshot some, but I also, there's a couple articles that that had some of the pictures in. So let's just go through all the ones that show some pictures here. So this one is from New York Post. It says, so inside Ohio House of Horrors, where 16 feral kids were rescued, stomach churning pics reveal filthy, inhumane conditions. Oh, let's see this video. I don't play the video. Let's see if it's any. It's probably gonna be an ad, right? Huh? It's not playing. Yeah, ad. Well, it's probably just showing those pics that. The Ohio House of Horrors, 16 feral children allegedly locked away in a 12 by 12 room. Um, so here's a picture. I have these screenshot. I don't know why I don't just get those, but I just wanted to see if this article says anything. Oh yeah, because this disturbing photos exclusively obtained by the Post shows mountains of trash piled up inside the front room of the roughly 1,800, 1,850 square foot. Actually, let me do this. Hold on. That one is right here. Look at Zeke. Hey, Bubba. Hey, Bubby, you're so cute. You see little Ziki boy, go sleep in the bed. Um, so you can see a pair of I don't know if it's boxers or pajama pants. I don't know what this bucket is. Just trash. And we know this really is because we saw that guy go up to that. And then discarded boxes, moldy clothes, crumbled plastic containers are scattered across the filthy floor along with a single Fireball cinnamon whiskey party bucket. Oh, that's what that is. The walls, which were once white, are dingy gray. In the basement, a dining room chair and a bicycle wheel are the only distinguishable items among a gigantic mound of trash that consumes half the room. Several more debris heaps surround the exterior of the 5-bedroom, 1-bathroom house, where only a few children's items, including a small broken bicycle and a copy of the kids' books. I just thought we could just go look up their house, the specs of the house. Duh. We'll check that out. So we'll know exactly where everything is. I don't know why I wasn't thinking of that. Um okay, so 5-bedroom, 1 bathroom. Okay, so 5 bedrooms. You know what I'm wondering? I'm wondering if they were all kind of out and then they saw the cops or somebody coming up to the door and she just like, everybody get in the room. And they all just went in the room. Because if there's 5 bedrooms, well, I guess, let's see, Gary and her have one, Christina and Gary Sr. have one. There still would be 3 bedrooms, right? I mean, it's still tight, but like, why would they all be in one? It just makes me wonder if it was like, oh shoot, company, like because they were coming to knock on the door, they had all the kids just go in that one room real quick. I don't know. I'm not saying that it's an excuse, but I'm just saying like this is getting portrayed as they were like trapped in there and couldn't leave for how many years, 4 years or however long they were here at least, and that they couldn't leave that room. I just don't think it's quite like that. I don't think they were like it was a jail and they couldn't leave. But anyway, so they said the only items, there's a few children's items, including a small broken bicycle and a copy of the kids' book, Jonathan James and the What If Monster. Hint at the crowd of children allegedly kept there for the past 4 years. 2 rundown vehicles, a silver sedan and a blue Chevy pickup truck, still parked outside the home, appeared just as filthy, with images capturing dozens of cigarette butts, candy wrappers, and other garbage littered across their interiors, which we'll go through all those pics. I have those screenshot. The photos show police tape still surrounding the property more than a week after cops went to the house to carry out a warrant for an unrelated investigation on June 30th. So that's see, this is the close up of that room, and then this is like panned back. So it says the only signs of decor, how do you say it? Decor or furniture in the front room appear to be a bizarre frame painting right here, that lion, of a lion and a stained chest freezer. Where did Yeah, it says victims aged 1 to 18 were mostly confined to the cramped space for at least the past 4 years, according to authorities who have described the grisly scene as deplorable and third world. And even said livestock have better conditions than the kids. They were taken to hospitals across Ohio after the rescue. Some were listed as in serious condition, including 2 who were airlifted to trauma centers and at least 1 who had to be intubated. They're lucky they found him when they did, because they said, I mean, any later, there would have been a murder on the hands. Or, I mean, I'm trying to think what they would have. Yeah, they would have probably have at least initially charged of some kind of murder, I would say, or homicide. I don't know. I'd have to think about how they would do that if they ended up dying before. Because, I mean, with Timothy, well, we don't know the facts of this. I mean, I was going to say with Timothy, it was different. He was in handcuffs. I guess we don't really know. So I can't speak until we find out what the situation was. They were never enrolled in school, can barely communicate, which some people say is false. Her brother says that's false because those text messages between the oldest and her ex, if those are even legit. Anyway, it says some cannot speak at all, authority said. The oldest, 18, is developmentally disabled and unable to even write her name, according to investigators. If that's true, then those text messages aren't really the right Chloe. So I don't know. We'll go through those again. If you guys aren't sure what I'm talking about, I did it 2 lives ago on my first live I did on this case. I went over those text messages. We'll cover that again too in a little bit. Anyway, but she's like talking fine to her boyfriend. She's able to communicate with him on text, if that's her. So they're slapped with 16 counts of felony child endangerment. So Gary Siders Sr. 73, Christina Siders is 67. Their son Gary Bub Siders is 36, and his wife Elizabeth is 33. Here's another picture. Oh, this is in the basement. Here, let me go through the pictures first on the screenshot so we can actually see better. So here's that one that we already saw. Here's that one pan back. As you could see, that's probably all poop. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine it. Oh, they could have got help though. It's just so sad. Like, was it Gary just not letting them? And look, this is knocked out. Like, was that out when they came? When they came? And then there's something hanging on this wire, like clothes hanger. This is inside one of the cars. You have cigarette butts. What is this wrapper to? I can't make it out. USA. Intended in the something in the USA. I don't know. Oh wait, I went the wrong. Hold on. I went to the wrong one. I want to go through all the pictures of the house here. So here's the inside one of their cars. This sitting in, I think. You got cigarette ashtray. I mean, this was that close up of that right there. Is outside. Here's that book, Jonathan James and the What If Monster. So I guess that was found outside. This is the basement. Oh my God. It does make me like almost get nauseous. So I guess they didn't board up all the windows. They boarded up this, but look, that's not, and I don't think that side one is. Hey, they got a bike at least, but doesn't look like it's, yeah, there's no wheel on this. Is this a toilet seat? I swear there was. I swear there was more. These are just the ones. I think there's a couple more in the article of the house, of the inside of one of the articles. Oh wait, here's more. Here it is. Not this, but hold on. Here. So this is the back of the pickup truck. You see a couple tires, there's a bunch of trash basically. It's inside the pickup truck. I mean, it's probably not even drivable. The license plate. Yeah, there's no way they'd be able to drive that, I don't think. They were just in their yard, a bunch of tape that they used to help tape off the house. Yeah, I guess they did board up right there, but you could still look in right there. Oh, okay. So we'll get to the rest of the stuff. Okay. So, Elizabeth married Gary when she was 15. He was 18. They had their oldest child, which was a girl, Chloe, which this is where I'm confused because originally it came out like, oh, she had her first kid when she was 13 and it was not with Gary. Well, I don't know if that came from Joey because now Joey, her Elizabeth's brother saying, oh, I was wrong. She was like 14 or 15. So there was never a first child without Gary, it sounds like. So I guess maybe that did just come from Joey originally when it got passed around and then he was just wrong about it, I guess. The mom once gave birth to conjoined twins who died hours after delivery, state records show. The owner of a local food truck, Poppy's Pizza, said Elizabeth and Gary often swung by to order pies and stunk up the place. They just smelled like cat piss. Bad. The man who gave the name John told the Post they both stink. They both needed a shower. Well, they're getting pizza. Hopefully they were sharing it with the kids. You could walk behind them and smell them, agreed his wife, Carissa Gonzalez. The duo, who never saw the Siders with their children, described Elizabeth as eerily quiet. You tried to talk to her and she didn't say nothing. I don't think she was allowed to talk, John said. You would have never been able to tell she had 16 kids. She was a skinny girl, Gonzalez explained. The 4 defendants have all pleaded not guilty to the charges and waived their preliminary hearing scheduled for Tuesday afternoon. Elizabeth, Gary Jr., and Christina are currently being held in county jail, each on a $300,000 bond. And if you guys have been following this, Gary Sr. got out on a recognizance bond because he went to the hospital and he had a fall on the way to court. And they said basically his medical expenses would bankrupt them. So if they let him out, the state would have to pay for it rather than the county. Gary Sr. was facing the same circumstances until Tuesday when a judge changed his bond conditions after he was taken to the hospital with serious medical problem. And it says the recognizance bonds will ensure he gets medical treatment. But since he's technically no longer a jailbird, the county won't have to pay for it. And when he gets released to the hospital, he'll have a GPS. He does have a daughter. He has a couple, 3 daughters, right? And Linda is one of his daughters. So he probably does have places he could stay. You know, maybe he's going to stay with his daughter, Linda. There was that picture of them going around that only looked a few years old. So she does seem like she's still in contact with him. It seems like, at least as far as within the last couple of years. And then, oh, wait. Let me play. All right, let's play this. I'll play a part of this one. This is an interview. I'm just going to play a part of it with Gary Sr.'s lawyer. Okay. But this was from 5 days ago. I'll just play a little bit of it while I'm getting the next thing ready.
That is the grandfather in this family. Dorian, thanks so much for coming on. You haven't met with your client yet. Tell me a little bit about why, and have you even been able to speak with Gary Siders Sr. on the phone?
Yeah, thanks. Again, thanks for having me. So, unfortunately, because of the holiday weekend, the jail was actually not permitting people to come in and visit with inmates. That includes attorneys. So the first opportunity, and that actually includes today as well. So unfortunately, the first opportunity we'll have to meet with Mr. Siders will be tomorrow. So my intent is to get down there and see him as soon as possible tomorrow.
Your client, along with his family members, is facing, 16 felony counts, second-degree felonies of child endangering. It's been described as a really awful place where these children were being kept, a 12 by 12 room. The sheriff, I believe, said there were feces all around. There were flies on the kids. The sheriff said livestock are kept better than these children. What is your response to that?
Well, I would say there's multiple responses. The first one, I do want to clarify for anyone who might be seeing this. They're currently facing a complaint with 16 charges, which is actually an amended complaint from an original complaint that was 17 charges. And that complaint, in the state of Ohio, you have the right to a grand jury proceeding whereby you have to present facts to a grand jury, and a grand jury will return an indictment if they think there's probable cause. So at this point, they're facing criminal charges in a complaint, but that is not what the state can proceed forward on if they were to go to trial. So first and foremost, the state still already has that extra hurdle to get over. Now, naturally, getting past the grand jury hurdle is not always that difficult, but it's not unusual for a complaint to show a certain number of charges or degree of charges, and then once they get to the grand jury, it becomes something vastly different. So we'll have to see what happens when they get to grand jury. That's the first thing. The second one is,
and that's a really low bar. It's probable cause.
Absolutely.
Is the bar at a grand jury.
It's a low bar, but to say that I haven't seen no bills or that you see charges at the complaint stage as felonious assault, for instance, then by the time you get to a grand jury, maybe it's only aggravated assault, which is 2 full degrees less. So you're right, it is a low bar, but to say it's not a bar at all would not be correct. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the state has provided what can only be described as a modicum of the evidence. We have gotten so little from the state at this point. As has been reported, we've already filed for discovery. We're asking for the state to provide it to us. I've had some minimal communications with the state, but from what I've seen, to be perfectly blunt, when I see a press conference where the state AG is making these hyperbolic, extravagant statements about what he saw, where the sheriff is talking about livestock, is just simply, it's beyond disingenuous, frankly. It appears to me, from what I understand, that these people are really just trying to criminalize poverty and an extremely impoverished family. As many people in the media have already noted and have already discovered, the kids who have been described as feral, been described as illiterate, it's my understanding that as the internet does what it does, it's come out that these older kids had social media pages, Facebook pages, Snapchat pages, which speaks to a couple of things. Number one, if they're so illiterate, how are they posting things online? Number two, if these are kids who are trapped in this place, how are they able to have... Typically, when you see cases where people are trapped or they're not allowed to go do things freely, they're not given internet access, they're not given social media pages. Furthermore, I have seen the inside of this house. I'm pretty sure that the state AG did not see the inside of this house, because when he was making these descriptive statements about what he saw or what he smelled, I'm going to go ahead and guess that he was getting that secondhand from a number of people. And I think for him to come out and again make these hyperbolic statements without himself being really a part of it was just frankly inappropriate.
Well, the AG said he was outside the house. He didn't go in. What have you seen of the inside of the house? Because we're just seeing the photos that were taken, their press photos from the outside of the house. And obviously it does look like it might be a little bit unkept, it looks dirty. But what have you seen that you are disputing the characterization of the 12 by 12 room and the feces and everything where these kids were kept?
So again, unfortunately, because of the very preliminary stage of the game, everything we've been sent essentially is marked as counsel only, which means I can't actually disclose full details of what I've seen. I can, however, say that I believe the characterization is overblown. I think when you describe that the outside was certainly unkept or was, perhaps looking dirty, I think people can look at the pictures for themselves and see that. But it's not illegal for something to be dirty. It's not illegal for a home to be unkempt. If so, I would suggest there's going to be a lot more people out there with criminal charges they're facing if simply having a few things out of place is really the standard. I mean, that's not the standard for for secondary felony child endangering. They have quite the burden, I think, to show what they have been describing in their various news conferences and press releases, etc. And I think having some pictures of a place being dirty is not going to cut it.
Well, they said they were in a 12 by 12 room though, with feces and flies all over the place. So I mean that's pretty gross. And two of them were taken to a level 1 trauma center. So that's pretty serious. I know the other children were treated and released from area hospitals.
That's right. And so again, that at this point, we haven't gotten any documentation to show where they've been taken, what the basis for their hospitalization was, if in fact they were hospitalized. I don't know what the status is of these children, because again, the state hasn't shared that information with us. So, there was clearly a lot of children there. And I'm not going to come out here and suggest that I know exactly what was going on there, because I don't. And that's really the main point, of course, isn't it? That none of us were there. None of us were living there. The state did, I will say this to his credit, Prosecutor Archer, who is the county prosecutor down there, was very specific in saying that this was not an alleged trafficking case. But there's rumors that are flying everywhere about what was going on with these kids, what was happening to these children, whether there was other specific bits of abuse going on. And to date, I've seen no actual hard evidence to show there's any specific abuse that was being done to these children. Again, whether the question is that these children were in a home that was dirty and that rises to the level of child endangering, or whether it rises to a certain felony level, that's something the state's going to have to prove, obviously, beyond a reasonable doubt. But, I wasn't in this home. I personally wasn't in this home, and that's why I'm not going to speak to what it smelled like or looked like specifically. But we don't have all of the evidence. We don't have anything that's showing that these kids were locked in a basement or anything of that nature. This is not what people are trying to portray as a case where these kids were, chained in the basement or something like that, something extravagant like you might see in a horror film. It wasn't that. That wasn't the situation, as far as my understanding. So I think, again, we all need to take a step back and let the facts actually bear out.
I was trying to find like a Zillow or whatever. I found the property, but none of the websites have pictures. They have one picture of it, but they don't have pictures of the inside of the property for some reason. I think it's the first time I've found a house that doesn't. Usually they have like pictures of the inside you could see, but interesting.
So your client, Gary Sider Sr., we saw him when he was in court for his initial appearance, and he was in a wheelchair. Do you know anything about your client, about his physical state, his health, his mental state?
Frankly, I've seen what you've seen, which is I saw it appears that he has limited mobility. My understanding is that he had difficulty hearing. It also seemed that he had difficulty understanding the judge. So I have some of the same concerns that anyone else might have looking at a person whose competence might be in question. As anyone who knows anything about the law knows, the very first step is to ensure that your client is competent. You can't move forward otherwise. So one of the basic tenets of my criminal defense of Mr. Sider is going to make sure that he's competent to even stand trial, let alone any of the other defenses we might raise. So I guess the short answer is no, I haven't been able to talk to him yet. I don't know anything other than what everyone else has seen, which is what happened at the arraignment, what took place there, et cetera, et cetera.
Tommy Stolley, the attorney for Elizabeth Siders, I saw him in an interview, and he said that her first question was, where are my kids? She wanted to know where her children were. It wasn't how much time am I facing or anything like that. Have you had any discussions with the other attorneys in this case regarding their clients and their reactions to this?
Yeah, I mean, I've had some, again, brief initial discussions with the other attorneys. At this point, it's obviously we are all representing the individual interests of our individual clients, but they are a family. So
right.
It's my gut feeling that in many cases their interests will overlap. So I have had some discussions with the other attorneys, specifically, again, about some of that very preliminary discovery that we've all received and what our general thoughts are. I sort of make it a point not to talk to other attorneys about their client-attorney conversations, as that is, of course, privileged information and confidential. But it's not surprising to me that a mother would ask about the condition of her children, bearing in mind that, these are people minding their own business, and a litany of officers come rushing in with guns and arrest them. Don't let them, check on their kids first. I can imagine someone like that being concerned about their children.
Mm-hmm. Gary Siders Jr., your client's son, faces 4 counts of public indecency. He's accused of exposing himself at the house to people who were not his family. We know about that, but law enforcement has been tight-lipped about what initially brought them to that house, the search warrant that was being executed. Those documents are sealed. Do you know anything about this parallel investigation that brought Ohio BCI and the sheriff's department to the Siders' home?
Unfortunately, I don't. And as you sort of alluded to, it would seem pretty odd for a couple of misdemeanor counts of indecent exposure to generate the type of response that happened at this house. I would also be very interested to see what this search warrant said, what the basis for the search warrant was, how they were able to obtain such a search warrant, because I have a hard time believing, first of all, if all it was an arrest warrant, then none of this could have happened. So clearly it wasn't just those charges, because if it were, they would have a simple arrest warrant. They would ask for Mr. Siders Jr. to come out, and that would have been the end of it. So obviously there was more there. I'm sure that I and all of my other colleagues who are representing the co-defendants will all be very interested to see what the basis for the search warrant was.
So your next step, obviously, is to go to the jail in Southeast Ohio, meet with Gary Siders Sr., and meet your client and talk to him and see what he has to say.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, the first step, again, is ensuring that he is competent. That's going to be a concern just based on what I myself have been able to view in the public, and same thing the public has seen. And then make sure I explain to him the process, the procedure. I don't really know what Mr. Siders' criminal history is like, or what involvement he's had with the court system. So after I determine he is competent, if in fact he is, which again, that is a question at this point, but if I'm able to determine that he is competent, and even if he's not, my best attempt is going to be to explain the process, the procedure, what the next steps are. And again, as we sort of talked about earlier, the state's burden to go before a grand jury and bring some sort of evidence to attempt to get an indictment.
Yeah. Well, we'll keep an eye on it. We're as interested as you are.
That's what I'm confused about. Like, if these kids, they said they were found most of the birth certificates, which means they were all, the state was aware of these kids, right? If they weren't in school, were they registered for homeschool? Because that's what makes no sense. So Gia, when we went on the cruise last year, it was in September, so Tommy had to take Gia out of school for a few days to go on the cruise. I think she just missed a few days. Him and his Denise, the mom, had to go and meet with the school to explain why she was missing school. They were like, "Oh, we got a meeting when we get back because she's not allowed to." Like, I think she was 1 day over the amount she was allowed to miss for the year. Where they, like, the parents could get charged and have to go to jail or get fined. That's why I don't get how there's exceptions where, like, you have kids like that, or like different situations. Not even that, but I've seen different situations where the kids didn't go to school, but yet my niece misses maybe like 6 days of school for the year or something. It was something not even that much. She went 1 day over because they were fully aware. They told him, "Hey, we're going on a family vacation," but then they could possibly get in trouble, which they didn't. They just said we had to have this meeting, and he was just like clueless. Now he knows, like, oh shoot, I didn't think of family vacation. So I just don't understand. And he's in Columbus. I mean, they're in Columbus. This is the same state, same area. Columbus is about an hour away from where this is. Weird. I don't get that. How some people can, but then some people could get away with like that. Which I'm not saying, like, I'm seeing both sides. I'm trying to keep neutral, but I'm just trying to understand that specific thing because I don't get it. But I'm in the same state, Nathan. Gia is in the same state as this. They live only like about an hour away from where this took place. So it should be the same. You know what I'm saying? It's the same state, not the same county, but it's like a county right next to them. It's just crazy. All right. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. So are they claiming homeschooling? We haven't heard anything about that. So I don't wouldn't they have to go in and every year and, make sure they're doing their homeschooling and check up? So I don't even think they were. I don't know. Interesting though, how it just is different for different people. Okay, so next, let me play a couple of these videos here. Oh, you know what though? Hold on. I want to play, before I do that, I want to find, hold on. I have a screenshot of where it shows, hold on. That we'll get into in a minute. It talks about all the birth certificates they found real quick. Is it this one? Yeah, here. Okay. So, and there's articles out on this too, but I think this person posts, I like the way this person posts, that it's nice flow. It just sums it up really good. Okay. So this is what's going on now. 15 birth certificates for 16 victims were reviewed, along with the 2 death certificates for twins born in 2022. The records list Elizabeth Siders and her husband, Gary Siders Jr., as the parents. 18 births in less than 17 years have put new focus on whether medical professionals should have spotted signs of trouble in what has become Vinton County's massive child endangering case. Records review by ABC6 Investigate show Elizabeth Siders had a baby nearly every year since 2008. Now 16 of those children are victims in the county's case. The same midwife delivered 6 of the children, including 2 born when Elizabeth was legally a child herself. Because remember, she married Gary when she was 15. Both sets of parents signed off on it. Her parents signed off on it. His parents signed off on it. He was 18. She was 15 when they got married. Under Ohio law, health professionals must contact police or children's services if they suspect CA. Legal expert Ron O'Brien describes the signs for mandated reporting, abuse, neglect, and dependency. Records were obtained for 18 children that list Vinton County suspects Elizabeth Siders and Gary Siders as the mother and father. Because remember, the 2 that died, the conjoined twins died. Their first child was born at Holzer Health System in Gallia County when Elizabeth was 15 years old. O'Brien said at that point, a mandated reporter should be questioning statutory RAPE and should report concerns, at least to report it and let the police investigate it. He said, he added, it would be, as you say, a giant red flag that should warrant further inquiry by both healthcare professional and police agencies. Records show Elizabeth later gave birth to 9 more babies at Holzer over the next decade and a half. So 9 more. So that makes what, 10 so far at Holzer, right? Holzer. Can't say that right. Or no, maybe not. Let's just see here. 9 more babies. Okay. O'Brien said the number of children alone should have prompted more questions, including how are you taking care of the children? What kind of birth protection are you utilizing? Let me make sure I scrolled over the right one. Yeah. Records also show Elizabeth Siders gave birth to conjoined twins at Riverside Methodist Hospital in Columbus in 2022. The twins were described as extremely premature and died after an hour due to respiratory failure. Doctors at Ohio Health Oblenis Hospital in Athens County delivered another set of twins in 2024 and a 4th set in 2025. She had 4 sets of twins in a row. 2 of them died, but the 3 sets didn't. So that's just crazy. 4 sets in a row. Anyway, so a set in 2024 and a set in 2025. ABC Investigates asked Ohio Health if its healthcare professionals contacted Children's Services in these deliveries. Ohio Health representatives responded by email. Because of federal privacy laws, we aren't legally allowed to share private health information on any patient without their consent. Athens County Children's Services also cited confidentiality when asked whether it acted on any tips. On Wednesday, ABC6 Investigates asked Vinton County Prosecutor William Archer, was there any mandatory reporting, especially by hospitals or medical officials? The prosecutor responded, I can't address that, sorry. O'Brien said no criminal laws have been broken if no reports were made, but said potential civil liability would require more information. They could be, and certainly it warrants further inquiry. But based on what I think, what has been publicly disclosed, I don't think that can be said, he said. O'Brien, a former Franklin County prosecutor, said investigators are likely issuing subpoenas for the Siders' medical records to identify if they received any prenatal care or attended appointments post-birth, which I can't see. But they moved into the house 4 years ago. So maybe before that it wasn't like that. I mean, who knows, but they definitely could have got a lot of help from the state having 16 children. Dude, I'm telling you, like, okay, so let me play a couple more videos here.
Well, breaking news right now at 6, we're learning Elizabeth Siders, one of the 4 suspects charged with 16 counts of child endangering. And the woman attorneys believe is the mother of all 16 of those children removed from the Hamden house last week. 10 TV first told you about this story last Tuesday, and at the time, Ohio Attorney General Andy Wilson described the situation as, quote, pure evil.
The next day, authorities said this about the conditions inside that house.
Most of our livestock was kept in better conditions than the children.
But in the past hour, Elizabeth Siders' attorney says there is much more to this story. 10 TV's Carla Rogner spoke to him and joins us now in studio with what we're learning about this, Carla.
Yeah, Tommy Stawley is the attorney appointed to Elizabeth Siders. I talked to him after he visited her in jail this afternoon. He said today she shared more information about her children and told him they were all born in hospitals. He says that he takes issue with comments authorities made calling those conditions inside the home pure evil and wanted to dispel some of the rumors. Here's some of our conversation. Is it your understanding that the kids were forced to stay inside?
I don't think we've seen any evidence to prove that. There's been no evidence to suggest that there were any restraints in the home, that the children were locked or forced to remain in the 12 by 12 room. I think this is one of the things that's been really sensationalized on the internet.
Is it your understanding that she wanted to be pregnant this many times and give birth to this many children?
So what she's told me repeatedly is that she and Gary wanted a big family. I don't know if they wanted a family that was this big, but they repeatedly said, she's repeatedly said to me that she wanted a big family. She said that kids are a gift from God.
Has she talked to you about how the kids were treated at all, how they fed them, or what the dynamic was like inside of the home?
Absolutely. So quite honestly, when I go into the jail, I've been there 3 times. Every time I go there, we end up talking about the kids for a significant portion of our visit. What she tells me is that the kids had phones. Some of them had social media, the older kids. I don't know how active they were on that social media, but she tells me that they had little inside jokes. And I think the big thing with that is it doesn't jive with the way that this case has been characterized in the public. Because when you use language like feral kids, you're imagining people that have been isolated away from human contact, people who have never interacted with any sort of social media, with the internet, with humans outside of their own home, or even humans in general, who are completely lack the ability to use language. There's nothing to suggest that that is the case here.
So the kids can communicate.
That's my understanding, yes.
Now, the attorney told me that Elizabeth.
Yeah, so we'll go over that in a little bit. If you guys didn't see my previous live where we go over the text messages, but supposedly the oldest did have like a internet relationship with some guy from, now I forget where he was from, but it looked like she had a phone because she was texting him. So like I said, Joey, Elizabeth's brother's the one that got that information. So I don't know if it's maybe this person has the wrong person or maybe it really is her, but I don't know why they keep saying that. Did they say the investigator or the sheriff or whatever said that the oldest couldn't even write out her name? Unless if they mean like write, but she could text. I don't know. Okay, so let me play another video real quick. So I feel like these are really interesting, informative, because he actually talked to Elizabeth. All right. I don't remember which one this one is.
Evil. In a horrific child endangerment case. 16 children rescued here this week, said to have been living in a filthy, cramped room no bigger than 12 by 12 for 4 years.
I will tell you this, their medical condition was so severe that the number one concern of the folks who are law enforcement officials who were there at the scene was getting them medical treatment, getting them to safety, to the point where literally their lives were in danger at the time.
Vinton County deputies out of Ohio arresting the 4 here, the mother, grandmother, grandfather, and father, each tonight charged with more than a dozen counts of felony child endangerment. The victims, 16 children, they range in ages from 1-year-old all the way up through 18. And investigators say there is at this time no evidence they attended school and were likely being hidden for years.
Here is one of the listings for that same house. I mean, you could see that it does have 5 bedrooms and stuff, but this is the only picture right here. And you could see, you know, it's a lot better shape here. It's a different car. It's probably when somebody else lived there, maybe. But I don't know. That's the only one. I wish they had more pictures of the inside. But it does say, this one, 112,000. Yeah, good luck. 1,336 square feet, 1 bath, 5 rooms. Total 5 rooms. So is it 5 bedrooms or 5 rooms? Because that would be a difference, right? 1 bath, total full bath 1. So wait, total bath 1, total full bath 1. Heating features baseboard. Okay, I was wondering because you could see an air condition in those views of the reporters. You know, the video we just watched, you could see the air conditioner like kind of hanging out of the window. So maybe, I don't know if it worked or not, but maybe one of the rooms had air or they let it blow through the whole house. I might have seen 2 hanging out. I know for sure there was one like hanging out of this window over here. There was one more. Hold on. Where is it? I thought I had one more realtor one. Oh well, it only showed that same picture. But this, I don't know. This has this video. Hold on, I have it already. I don't think we should have to watch the ad because I watched it while we were watching the other one. Okay, it looks like somebody just came in here. That car doesn't looks nice from the outside. Hey, sister. I don't know why. Oh, that's my ad. So yeah, that was kind of interesting video right there. It showed us a good look on everything. Where's Zeke? Oh, he's behind me. Man, I keep having to burp because this. I'm trying not to burp. Scarlet begonias. Yeah, no, it is. It is that living condition. It was so bad that 2 of them, they said maybe wouldn't have made it come in another couple days, what they said. All right, hold on. I wanted to play. This is the one I just played, right? I think this is the one I just played. Let me make sure.
Folks who are law enforcement.
Okay. I like to just put them done. Okay, so I'm going to play. Let me play this real quick. And then
It's been 10 days since Attorney General Andy Wilson first described that scene to us. And today I spoke with a Hampton firefighter who responded there last Tuesday and got new details on what he saw.
It really hit your nose. I mean, it stuck with you. It's that kind of smell that
stuck on your clothes until you changed and took a shower.
Captain Jeremiah Griffith describing what he encountered at this home last week, where authorities say they found 16 children living in, quote, deplorable conditions.
It was more of a shock to us, and we're still trying to comprehend that, how something like this could happen.
Griffith is a volunteer with the Hamden Fire Department and was called to take some of the children to the hospital. I asked what stood out to him about those kids.
I know they were shocked. They just kind of have a blank expression on their face. Of course, that's maybe something they never dealt with before.
Griffith says he also noticed on them what
Appeared like scratches like that, maybe bug bites. The environment they were in, it had the potential to have those kind of bugs and bug scratches, and that's kind of consistent with what we found with the children.
After returning to the home, Griffith says he saw
clutter, trash, clearly some whatever it may be. I don't know how to describe it. Just a mess. I think our sheriff, Ryan Kane, he described it pretty well with our livestock live better when it comes to the environment around them than what these children were in.
The attorney for mom, Elizabeth Siders, meanwhile, says the case has been sensationalized and that his client keeps asking about her kids.
So Elizabeth has been getting care packages in jail. What does she do today? She brings out a letter and she said, is there any way for me to get some of these care package items to my kids? Because she's thinking about her kids in jail.
And as the Vinton County prosecutor leads this investigation, he's tapped 2 special prosecutors already to join him, including one here in the Attorney General's office. And authorities tell us as this investigation continues, those children are safe and being protected. Reporting live.
That's good. Well, I'll let her say.
Live outside the Attorney General's office, Libby Cathy, 10 TV News. It's been 10 days since Attorney.
Oh, I found a post. Hold on, let me put this in my done. Somebody was talking about the patio or the back patio counted as a room. Yeah, that was very misleading because I swear that video said 5 bedrooms. And then we see it's 5 rooms, which is very different than 5 bedrooms. But let me show you what was posted, I think on Facebook or somewhere. I got a screenshot where it shows their house specs here, I think, if it's accurate. So it shows, let's see. First floor or first what? Oh, that's the porch, right? And that's the back porch. Isn't it 2 story? Is it only 1 story? Hold on a second. Yeah, I guess it is, huh? No. Or wait, that's a different one. Hold on, let me look at the house again. You guys could check this out. Why I gotta see something again. Yeah, I guess it is. That attic, yeah, it is only 1, sorry. So yeah, that is very small. So you just have, this is the back porch, I'm pretty sure, and then this is the front porch, right? So this is the main room, I guess. Wait, why does that look weird? Like the setup doesn't seem like that's right. Like, why is a room like this? Doesn't that seem weird dimensions? And if you guys are new to this case, you see what she looks like right here, right? And I think the red around her eyes is from like bacteria, the feces, the infection. There's probably some kind of like infection, pink eye. I don't know, just like bacteria type stuff, I'm guessing. But if you guys are new to this case, check this out what she used to look like. It's just like, this is when she was supposedly 14 right here. I mean, look how different. She looks so healthy here. It's just so sad. And then here is a picture that's a little bit newer that's supposedly hers that I didn't show in the last live. So this is supposedly her, I guess. And it does look like it's her actually, but nice and healthy. I wonder who's this person right here. Is that Gary? I don't know. But she's holding a baby and she's holding the baby very lovingly. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's definite affection there. It seems like there's some love. Like I don't know, it seems sincere. I know it's just a picture, but it does seem like she's holding him kind of lovingly. Like there's some people they're saying like in the last, like ever since they're at that house, it got bad. Like before that, it wasn't. I don't know. I mean, we're probably going to be hearing different sides, and we're probably going to have to decide who do we want to believe when we hear different sides of the story, different family members coming out. You know, we have, like I said, her brother. Both of her brothers have came out and said stuff. Joey's way more vocal. All right, so let me play. Hold on a second. I want to play this video where this girl, criminally obsessed, gets this interview with excuse me, man, I keep wanting having to burn. This is the girl that works at Family Dollar or Dollar General or whatever. I always get them confused when I hear Family Dollar, Dollar General, Dollar Store. Like, to me, it's all one, the same thing. I don't know, but one dollar, what is it, Dollar General, whatever. She works there, and she said that she works there like 3 or 4 or 5 days a week, and every day that she was there, she worked. Gary and Elizabeth would come in a quarter till, like 15 minutes before they closed, and get water and oil. And sometimes she said they would get diapers, sometimes they would get sugar, but they always get water and oil, which is weird. But she'll explain all this. She potentially is probably one of the last people and only people that this family had interaction with in probably a year or two, I'm guessing. So check it out. Shout out to Criminally Obsessed is the one that is doing this interview.
Talking to me today. I know it's a hard time for you, and it's a hard time for your whole community when something this tragic happens, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's a disbelief.
Aria, tell me a little bit about yourself.
I moved to Hampton, Ohio about 4 years ago. I started working at the local store around here 2 years ago. I am a mother of 6 altogether.
Can you describe Hampton for me? Tell me what it's like to live in Hampton.
Hampton is a very quiet, very small community. It really is. We don't have no stoplights in Hampton. Most people just pass through it just to go to the next town, or to go to the lake around here because there is a lake, or to go fishing. I mean, it's very country. It's very country.
Tell me, where do you work, or where have you been working?
I work at the dollar store around here.
You were working behind, like in the cash register, right? You're working at the store. I want you to take me through sort of when you saw the ciders and who you saw. We'll just kind of take it step by step.
So, like I said, I started working at the dollar store for about 2 years ago. When I first saw them was my first day, and Elizabeth and Gary Jr., and it was in the evening at night, around 9:45. It's always close to closing. They would come in there and buy these 2 main items were always there. It was a jug of water and oil, but it wasn't like the big thing of oil. It was like a little oil, decent size oil, the little kind. And occasionally there'll be sugar, other items, and once in a blue moon, not all the time, it would be diapers. But I didn't think anything of it. The reason why, when I first saw them, a couple of employees did help, like buy hygiene and stuff, which out of our own pocket, of course, help them with the hygiene, help them with bags of clothes, because this is a poor community. So, we want to help. I don't have no reason to judge them if they're struggling. Here's what I can do to help. Here's what we can do to help. But once we started to notice that the items weren't being used at all, that's when we kind of took a step back and was like, okay, well, maybe they took it as an insult. of us trying to help them.
How do you know they weren't used?
They were still in the same clothes for months, had holes, dirt, filth. You could tell they didn't take showers. You could tell like the deodorant wasn't being used.
How often were they coming into the store, Ariel?
Sorry, I do have to stop it for fair use once in a while. But I feel like I haven't stopped it that much, Miss Erica. But anyway, what do you guys think? Give your thoughts on the oil thing, because why would you need to buy oil every day though? Unless if she's just kind of exaggerating and maybe it wasn't every time, but if so, you think like if they're struggling that they would rather, you know, make sure they are very cautious on their oil amount and get food, you know what I'm saying, or get other things they need. But why would they need a bottle of oil every day? Nobody would have to go through that much. I'm just curious about that. Or do you think that she's just kind of exaggerating and it wasn't every time? And what's your thoughts on it?
I want to say every time I worked, I seen them, and I worked anywhere from 3 to 4 days. And on my days off, like I said, this is the only, store around here. So I live close to the store too on my days off. And when I went in to go buy items, I seen them late at night. Like I wasn't working, but I did still see them there. They were my regulars. I expected to see them before closing, if that makes any sense.
That does make sense.
Yeah.
Honestly, Ariel, it sounds like you probably had the most communication with these people out of possibly anyone. How far away, as far as you know, how far away is the Dollar General from where this house was, where the 16 children were discovered? Do you know?
It's like a 2-minute car ride from the store. So I want to say 5 blocks, maybe 6.
Okay.
It's
so really close.
Yes. Very close. Very close. Yes.
Did you see them walking or did you see them driving?
I seen them driving. I have saw them walk a couple times, but like I said, I never saw them with kids, but only twice in the 2 years. I never saw them with the older Christina and Gary Sr. I never saw them 4 together. So when I saw their faces on like the mug shots, I was just like, what?
Real quick, so here is the distance. Oh shoot. To the Dollar General. 3 minutes, not even a mile. Unless if there's, what did she say? She only said a couple blocks, huh? Wonder if there's a closer one. But this is the one that came up. I mean, that's pretty close. 3 minutes drive. So, yeah. Wonder why you couldn't go this way. Why they backtracked. Anyway, just wanted to show you that.
Right.
They're all together. They're related. Like I didn't think they were together because the older couple, when I did see them, and it wasn't all the time, it was a handful of times, they were clean. They were dressed nice. They didn't stink. They didn't have an odor. And when I saw Gary and Elizabeth, let's just say I would have to Lysol before they came in, Lysol while they were in the store, and Lysol while they left the store. That's how bad the odor was. I didn't know that they had kids with them. Like I said earlier, I did see the kids twice in 2 years, and they came into the store, and when I saw them, they mimicked their mother. So they looked pale. They were very thin. They had their hair over their over their head. And I honestly, personally thought they were visiting, my personal opinion, because I never saw them with kids. So when I saw them twice, I didn't know they had 16 kids, period. I thought she had 5 because of the 4 I saw, and then when she was pregnant, which I never saw the baby at all after the pregnancy. So I thought they were visiting. They came over because when they went into the store, she would ask them, what would you like to buy? Or what would you like? They would point. She said, go ahead and go get it. And then they will get soda, chips, or whatever they got and checked it out. Now, did they eat it? I don't know. Did they consume it? I don't know. I just know I checked it out and they walked out the store with it.
How old do you think they were? Can you kind of give me
there
that?
was 4. I don't know if they were the same set of 4, but I do know that at least 2 teenagers and then 2 younger than teens. So like 4, 5, 6, anywhere around that age, but at least 2, like teenagers and 2 young ones. When I did see her with her kids, they didn't really smell as bad as I saw them every day, if that made any sense. So the kids did smell clean. I'm not saying they stunk or any of that because I've only saw them twice. Elizabeth wasn't really allowed to talk to anybody in the store when Gary would walk her around. He would give her 3 or 4 kisses, and the only person she'll talk to would be me. He'll give her 3 or 4 kisses and walk out the store, and she'll come to the register. And he did the same thing, except he walked outside and the kids will stay in the store. And like I said, she'll ask them, what would you like? And they'll get it. And they proceed to check out.
So Elizabeth wasn't allowed to talk?
To me, it seemed that way. Like I never saw her spoke to anybody, but besides the person behind the register, which is either me or one of my coworkers.
And what do you mean he gave her 3 or 4 kisses? Is that what you said?
Yes. So every time before she came to the register, when they were done shopping, he would give her like
Michael, I think what you're talking about is she said that Gary Sr., his dad, and Christina look clean. I'm thinking that's what you were talking about, right? Isn't that what she just said? I'll have to rewind it because I don't think she ever said that Elizabeth and Gary Jr. look clean. I always remember her saying they look dirty, but Gary Sr. and Christina would come in and she didn't even know they were related. So she said they would come in separately, never together, but she said they actually look clean, the parents. So I don't know. Crazy.
3 or 4 kisses on the lips, and then he'll walk out and she'll come to the register.
Oh, the kids.
I thought it was weird, but then I was just like, whatever, that's just them. That's just them. You know, like, whatever. Gary Jr., I didn't hear him really talk. He really didn't even talk to me most. It was mainly me and Elizabeth's interaction, mainly because she was the one that was paying for the items.
And when you saw Elizabeth, when she looked at you, describe to me what you saw in those eyes. What did you see?
There was nothing there. There was nothing. You could tell it was a body. That was it. Like you could tell like she wanted the help, but I don't think she knew how to ask for the help, nor did I ask the right questions for her. I did ask her.
Sorry, like I said, I need a fair use and add some things. Plus, I wanted to show you this because I just want to show you what I just found. I know this is AI, a quick answer, but it does say no, you can't survive off of oil alone because you are going to be lacking essential amino acids, vitamins, minerals, severe nutrient deficiencies, and malnutrition. It'll lead to organ failure. So no. It doesn't seem like you can't live off of oil alone. Yeah, so I don't think she was feeding him oil either. I personally think that this girl might be exaggerating and it wasn't every day, but like in her head, she's remembering them a lot of times buying oil and water. So she's just kind of exaggerating it that it's every day. That's just my opinion. I could be totally wrong, and maybe she's remembering it perfectly well. I don't think she's lying on purpose. I think she's just remembering that they bought that a lot. So she's like exaggerating to make it seem more like, ooh, they're every day. I just don't think it was every day. It just doesn't see it. Yeah. I don't know. I'd like to see the receipts. Wonder if like the investigation will get all that and we'll see. Cause I don't know. That's my guess. I'd guess that it's a little bit of an exaggeration.
How are you doing? And she'll, good, I got to pay for this. But she spoke very, very, very soft all the time. Never hard, never very like emotional. It was very, very soft.
And I'm sure you're seeing the reports too that some of these kids couldn't talk. They couldn't communicate. That's what we're being told by the first responders that rescued them. What did you witness?
Well, with the kids, like I said, I didn't hear them speak either. I did not. When she asked them a question, they would nod and point and then just come and got their stuff.
It's so interesting. I mean, as far as the children, did you witness any malnourishment? Was there anything that you were seeing that was raising red flags with I guess you only saw 4 or 5 of the 16 kids?
The only red flag now that I see, and I was like, okay, Ariel, you probably should have said something, was how thin and how very pale they were. Other than them being shy and not wanting to talk to anybody and blocking out the world with their hair. Other than that, no, they were very thin, just like their mom. Very pale, just like their mom. She didn't look like she carried 16 kids.
When you say hair, do you mean like they were literally covering up their face?
Yes. Cover their face with their hair. Like with the teenagers, you could tell like they had hair and they would have it covered. I never saw them never saw the kids' eyes, but I physically seen the kids there.
What was Gary Sr. and Christina? You said that they would come in and they looked different than this.
Christina and Gary Sr., they looked very clean. Like I said, I didn't think they knew each other. I didn't put those two puzzles together every day that I seen. I honestly thought Elizabeth and Gary Jr. lived alone. I thought, I thought the kids were visiting. I honestly thought Children's Services took the baby after she was pregnant because I saw her through her whole pregnancy, but never saw the baby.
Did it feel like anybody was in control of that situation? Did it feel like Gary Jr. or Elizabeth? Yeah.
I felt like my personal opinion, I feel like Gary Jr. was in control of the whole situation, honestly. I don't want to say she's a victim, but there
was something going on.
In all reality, this was the first red flag. I should have questioned it. The way he would walk around the store with her, he would hold her by her elbow and just guide her around the store. And it was, like I said, I didn't know if, she needed to open up, but it was just weird, if that makes sense.
When you interacted with them, did you feel fear from them? Did you feel sadness from them?
Not fear. I didn't feel like she was in fear. You could tell that they both really loved each other. I mean, you could see that, but it wasn't like fear. It was more like, if I spoke up and said something or say anything, I'm probably going to get in trouble, and I don't want to be in trouble.
Did other people in the community, did they comment? Like if they saw them in the store with them, did you ever hear about the community reaching out to them on any level?
No, they really kept to themselves. So I really did not know much, but besides what I seen and when I interacted with them at the store, I don't know if anybody else have tried to help them out. I don't know if the neighbors try to help them out. I do know the neighbors said they didn't see anything, which to me is like a red flag because, well, if I saw them at the store, I know you guys had to have seen them at least get in the car or at least walk outside, something.
When was the last time you saw them?
The last time I saw Gary Jr. and Elizabeth was the night before they got arrested. So they got arrested last Tuesday, so last Monday. And it was at same timing, 9:45, right before closing, water and oil, a couple other little items, and went about the business like every day, like normal.
The oil, Ariel, what are they doing with all that oil?
I asked myself that question after the first week I worked there. I was like, you guys must be eating a lot of fried food, eating potatoes. I don't know. I don't know. They're not buying food to fry, but you have this oil. So I just assumed either that or sometimes they did have like noodles. So like, of course, I'd be like, okay, the oil for the noodles, whatever. But
I know. I've been reading about it, and I'm trying to understand it too. Honestly, from a nutrition perspective, vegetable oil is something that has been used in countries to feed people who are starving. And Ariel, you're a mom. When you hear that there are 16 children, 7 of them have been rushed to the hospital, 2 of them are in trauma centers, 1 of them is still in critical condition. I just learned from a report from the sheriff. How does that hit you?
It's really hard because I guess I could have, asked the right questions. I could have done something. I can't imagine putting my kids. I just can't imagine. I just can't imagine anybody putting their kids in, just as a mom. My question to her is how can you let this go on for so long? How can you let this be okay? How did you not look up and be like, I want better for my children. My children deserve better. They need better. And as a mom, I don't understand. I don't.
And when we talked about doing this interview, Ariel, you told me this is for the kids. Like, we have got to get information out about these children. Why did you want to speak up right now about what you saw?
Well, the reason why I wanted to speak up was because when the story first broke out, everybody kept saying they didn't see anything. They didn't see any kids. They didn't see any kids. I'm sorry, but I did. I saw the kids, and I didn't know they were living there. And to the children.
See real quick, it looks like an AC unit right there. And I guess that is just one. I think I saw this just hanging out. That's probably where their freezer or something. Yeah, just right here. So I bet you that was probably either, well, you'd hope maybe it was the room where all the kids were. Because there's no way that little AC could cool the whole house. But, I mean, because can you imagine when that heat wave being all those kids in one house when it was like so hot was it 2 weeks ago that it was really hot, or even last week, the last 2 weeks, dude. Well, I guess they got rescued last week, but that week prior, right before the week leading up to them getting rescued, can you imagine? Oh my Lord. Mixed with they said there's feces and all this stuff, bugs and they had bug bites all over. And I believe that because her eyes were so red, like as in like almost like from the bacteria, like the feces and maybe cat pee and whatever. You could see the eyes. There was some infection starting and her eyes all red around. Oh, I'm glad they're like all getting help in a sanitary place.
I am very sorry that I didn't ask the question. I'm very sorry that I kept my mouth shut. I should have investigated more, but I did not know you were there. And I apologize. I really do apologize.
That's a good point.
And I'm sorry. And I know you're going to get all the help. I know God is on your side. God will help you. I'm sorry. I seen you, but I didn't know you were there. I'm sorry.
I know. And you know what? Everybody here wants you to know that there's no way for you to have known what was going on. It is almost unimaginable, Ariel. And
it is.
This is not your fault. You did nothing wrong. You were trying to help. And right now you're still trying to help. So I want you to know that we see you and we understand what you're going through.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm sorry again to the children. And I know they might watch this one day, but I seen you and I'm sorry. I really am.
As far as the community, have you been able to talk to your colleagues or other people just to share your stories about what you had experienced with them? Is there anything that shared experience, anything you can tell me about?
I have talking to some of the neighbors in the community. I told them exactly what I told you, what I've known about. The majority of them said that they didn't know this was going on. They didn't know there was kids there, which, I mean, I guess, but it's more like a shock. It's shock in here in Hamden. It's more like what? Are we hearing this right? Is this really going on? So we're all still like,
Can't
but
believe it.
this is a beautiful community. If you need help, the neighbors will help you. Just if you ask, it might not be exactly what you need at that moment, but it would be something that somebody will help you. And we all do stick together. We do. I just don't like I said in the beginning, I don't see how anybody else didn't see him. I cannot be the only one that saw her with kids. But
Well, did you talk to your coworkers? I mean, you work with people that you said you work what 4 days a week, 4 to 5. So the other couple days, I know she said she would go in there on her days off and they would be in there, which is kind of also, I think, exaggeration because how are you always going to be there at that time, those 2 days you're off, exactly when they come in and get to see them on your days off too? And I don't think she's like purposely lying or anything. I think exaggeration, people do that. I don't think it's intentional at all. But, just kind of take that when you're hearing that there's probably a little bit of exaggeration going on. But people do that. It doesn't make them bad people. I'm not saying that. So my point is I guess I don't have a point. No, I did have a point. Do you think that story about them all giving them a bunch of stuff like clothes and food, do you think that's true? I mean, it might be, but I'm just curious. Now it makes me wonder like which stuff is accurate or not. But yeah, that family could have got a lot of help from the government, from local church, from food banks, from like probably even asking the people at Dollar General, like she said, saying she has 16 kids. She could have got so much help. I wish that they would have reached out for those poor kids. Um, oh, he does? What color? The DG worker, yeah. Oh, you think Elizabeth's eyes were red from crying? See that? Hold on, let me pull it up again, you guys. Because that to me seems like, I don't know why it doesn't feel like it's from crying. Let me pull up, or it doesn't look like it's from getting high. It's not like the whites of her eyes are all red, like from being high, like bong. No, that would be your eye, like the whites of your eyes, that would be red. It's all red on the outside right here. I guess it could be from crying, but it almost looks like it could be from like some kind of something, bacteria, or I don't know. I mean, I guess it could be because on the arraignment, they don't look red anymore, but the arraignment's not that good of a resolution and it's not as close. So maybe they really are that red and we just can't see it, but it's, I mean, you don't see it in the arraignment video. All right. So I think this is about done, right?
But again, I thought they were visiting.
It sounds like there was an enormous amount of scary control going on as well. So the fear must have been palpable. We are just now starting that journey of seeing how we all can be better at watching for red flags, helping these kids on their journey.
Okay, so I'm gonna end it there. If you guys go and check out Criminally Obsessed, good job on getting that interview. I checked out her channel. She's covering this case too, so she has other videos too. So, okay. So let's go. Look at Zeekster. He's sleeping. He loves this bed. What color did you say your bed was? Who said that they had a bed, the same bed? Now I forget who said that. Pink eye. That's what I said earlier. Maybe pink eye from all the feces. I mean, you never know. I can't find the person that said they had the same bed as Zeke, or her dog had the same bed. All right, so let me play. Oh, let me read this one here. Okay, this is really interesting. Well, let me do the shorter one first. Okay, so this is the post I was talking about 2 lives ago when let me do this one. Oh, that's weird. I want to add. There we go. That was weird. Remember I was saying that there were some people that thinks that after Christina's mom died, her parents died, that it got bad, which Christina is Gary Sider Sr.'s wife. So this is the post I was referring to. It says, this is Christina Lynn Sider's parents. By reviewing the Facebook post, it looks like things were going okay for them up until her mom got sick in 2018 and then passed in 2019. Shortly after this, when Elizabeth and Gary Jr. started having all the twins, according to the court records. Is it possible that Lynn's loss triggered a deep depression? Was she really the one holding things together until she couldn't anymore? It's just a theory, but I think she protected Junior and knew he was troubled. Now, I don't think things were ever super great with the family, and they've probably been hoarders and poor for years, but there are accounts of her homeschooling and many pictures of her with her grandkids smiling and having fun. However, even with most of us, there's always the straw that broke the camel's back. Her Facebook account is full of love for her family and how much she misses her parents. Death can really do something to you. And then she has this picture of her mom. I think that's her and her mom. Yeah, that's her and that's her mom, right? And then this her dad. Okay, and then I wanted to show you their, is it this one? All right. No, wait to do that one. I'm going to do this right here. Okay. So this is really interesting right here. I can't find the one I had the dates of, like, oh, there it is. Yes, I just found the one I was looking for, but we'll go over this first. Okay. So Stacy Eddy posted this on Facebook. It says, let me zoom in a little bit. The marriage between Richard Siders, 48 years old, and pregnant Tessie Wright, 14. 48 and 14. This is Gary Siders Sr.'s brother. Married his wife when she was 14 and he was 48. Can't be ignored. Child marriages are common in the Siders family, it appears. Elizabeth was 15 when she married Gary Jr. One of Gary Jr.'s sisters was 15 when she married for the first time. So, okay. So not only that, they're saying Gary Jr.'s sister, because remember he has 3 sisters, was 15 when she married for her first time, but it doesn't say how old the who she married was. Gary Sr.'s brother Richard also married a child. Now, 18 and 15 isn't as like whoa as 48 and 14, because that's seriously an adult and a child. 18 and 15, I know 18 is considered an adult, but it's a little bit more like, I mean, it's still wrong and illegal in a lot of states, you know. But they did it where they got the consent of the parents. But 48 and 14, Richard Sider, Gary Sider's brother, married Tessie Wright in Gallio County, Ohio in 2002 before Judge William S. Medley. Can you imagine a judge okaying a 14-year-old to marry a 48-year-old? What judge? And then he says he can't remember. Anyway, so according to a news report examining Ohio's child marriage laws, Tessie was 14 years old and pregnant, while Richard was 48 when the marriage was approved. Y'all, this was 2002, not 1902. The report states that Judge William S. Medley, who approved the marriage, later said he only vaguely remembered the case and acknowledged that neither prosecutors nor Children's Protective Services were involved before the marriage was allowed to proceed. Another Ohio juvenile judge interviewed for the story said law enforcement should have been alerted when a case like this came before the court. I just can't even imagine that a judge okayed this. It's so crazy. Years later, Tessie told the news outlet that everyone should be at least 18 years old before getting married. So the 14-year-old that married this 48-year-old later tells, where did she say, a news outlet that everybody should be 18, basically probably saying I should never have been allowed to marry him. One statement from Tessie stood out to me. She reportedly said, yes, some get pregnant before 18, but if the father truly loves her, he waits the years to marry her. Richard died in September 2025, but appears he and Tessie remained married until his death, meaning their marriage lasted more than 20 years. Whatever conclusions people draw, one fact remains. In 2002, a 14-year-old girl was legally permitted to marry a 48-year-old man in Ohio. And here is a picture of them both. Obviously, recently. Wow, he's only or wait, no, never mind. He died. They married at 48. I was like, this is probably years later. This is probably shortly before he died. Or, yeah, before he died, I'm guessing, because he looks a lot older than 48 and she looks older than 14. So, and then there's a couple. Oh, yeah, it's the same picture. I just thought that was crazy, dude. I mean, what the heck? That's just crazy to me. Oh, we got some 2 members. Thank you, Jennifer. Oh, it shows up twice because I'm on 2 live streams. Yes, thank you, Jennifer, for joining. Thank you. I appreciate it. Welcome to the family. All right, so let me. Did we go through this one? What is this one? Oh, wait. This gives a little bit more information that I think is worth going over again. Going over some more. Hold on. Okay, so on this where it says a systemic failure. They're talking about the marriage of the 14-year-old and 48. The details of this court approval are infuriating. The judge's stance. When questioned years later, the judge who approved the union claimed he only vaguely remembered the case. Lack of oversight. There was no intervention from Child Protective Services. No prosecutors were involved. A child's future was decided in a vacuum, with the court failing to provide the most basic safeguards. The legal loophole. Legal experts interviewed on this case have stated flatly law enforcement should have been alerted. The fact that they weren't speaks volumes about the culture of that time and place. The human cost. Tessie eventually broke her silence while she expressed that she does not regret her own path. Her reflection on the matter is a chilling indictment of the system. Yes, some get pregnant before 18, but if the father truly loves her, he'll wait the years to marry her. Now, Tessie, that 14-year-old, now stands as an advocate for change, firmly believing that the age of 18 should be the absolute non-negotiable floor for marriage. She is a voice for the version of herself that was denied the right to childhood. It says, this isn't about one marriage. It's about a family culture where child marriage appears to have been normalized. From Elizabeth marrying at 15 to Gary Jr.'s sister doing the same, the Siders family tree is marred by these unions. Richard passed away September 2025. That's just crazy. That is just crazy, dude. I don't even know how that could happen. Here's a couple of Joey Elizabeth's brother's posts. The last few that he posts. He says, I'm happily married and proud stepdad, owner of Gone Country. July 9th, he says, I'm going to say this on here. Let me repeat this again. So this Joey Russell is Elizabeth, the mother of the 16 children. This is her brother, which has been, he does a lot of lives and stuff. We watched some of his in my first live I did on this case. I went through some of his other lives, and I feel like that one live, he basically went over everything that's relevant about this case. The other ones don't really have much more about the case. They're just kind of hanging out. But if I'm still listening, if there's anything, you know, that could be added to this story that's relevant, I'll play some clips. I still have to go through a little bit more of them, but so Joey says, I'm going to say this on here one time and one time only. I'm not low IQ. I suffer from BPD and a rage disorder. I'm getting help for my problems. I admit what I have done wrong and I don't make excuses for it. I'm so sick of seeing the lies and BS. I spoke my truth about the abuse me and my sister face. They abused me and my sister face. So he went on to tell how his mother, you know, abused them. Pretty bad. He said he got SA'd by somebody. I don't know if I'm trying to remember if he said who. I don't think he said who did that to him. But the reason why he's saying this, I'll explain in a minute. Let me finish reading it and I'll explain why he's even so defensive. Anyway, it says, they abused me and my sister face, and that is my right. I'm sorry my truth hurts feelings, and I can't change that. People can lie and try to make things look picture perfect all they want. Just please, everyone, focus on the kids and the truth. Stop listening to conspiracy theories and people who can't even form proper sentences. Don't worry, guys. This is July 10th. He says, don't worry, guys. I'm not worried about what people say on my posts. They're just immature humans that don't know their asses from holes in the ground in a box of rocks. Are smarter than half the people saying the stuff. And if you don't like me, why are you coming to my page? He's basically on his sister's side. He's always sticking up for her, saying that she's a victim. He says, if you don't like that, he knows two things for sure. You'll never stop my love for my sister or stop me from standing up for her. So let the messages come. It just goes to show how much the term ignorance is bliss. Welcome to the truth, because that's all you'll get from here. So he has some charges that he's being constantly, you know, people are bringing it up. He's got a child endangerment charge. He goes over how that happened. He goes over how he pulled his kid out of the chair or wherever he was. I don't know if it was in his bed or whatever. He pulled and broke his arm because he pulled him too hard because he has such big hands. That makes me just kind of, I'd like to know a little bit more, because that's, but anyway, I don't know. But he says, well, I'm the one that called 911. So that's one of his charges. He has another charge that he says was the mother. It was like a head injury where he explains that, but he says that was the mother. And then he has some domestic abuse things that, let me know if you guys want to go over. I have one of the reports from in Washington, his ex-wife's report of basically an assault. I was debating if I should read through it, if it's relevant or not to the case. I don't know. Think about it. Let me know if you guys want me to read it at the end. I just don't know if it's relevant to read. But if you guys are interested. But yeah, so he's just saying that, you know, that he was abused when he was younger and he's made mistakes, but he was improperly diagnosed. He has BPD and you know, nobody ever got him the proper help, but now he has the proper help and he's doing really good. He's married now, and his wife said he's really sweet. He's doing good now that he's properly diagnosed. So, I mean, whether or not that's true or not, it's up for you guys to decide. But so he's been very vocal about stuff. So I don't know. Thank you. Oh, thank you. 5 gifted memberships. Who got them? Oh, those are some of his charges, which we'll go over that if you guys end up wanting to do it. I have like the document of Mayla's mom. You sent it to me. Yes. Thank you for that. I got that, by the way. Thank you. I'll read it at the end if people want to see it. But I want to focus on the case. And then at the end, like I said, if you guys want to see it. But let me play another video. It does? Wait, what do you mean, Jennifer? It went to somebody blocked? I don't understand what you mean by that. Somebody, I don't know. Oh, hey, Tori's got a story. Nice to meet you too. Oh, you going to bed? You should stay up. No, I don't know. Come back and watch the rest though, whenever you're maybe in the morning. All right. Look at Zeke. You can see his head over here. He likes to move around. All right, so next, let's watch. Oh, hold on. Before I play another video, I wanted to show you this real quick. So these are some of their houses that they lived on. It shows the dates. So this is 2026, obviously the house that everything happened in. 2025, they lived here because they moved around a lot. Oh, hold on. I know my screen didn't share. Hold on. There we go. I caught it. 2026 right here. This is the house that, you know, we've been talking about. In 2025, they lived here. Wait, that wouldn't make sense because they lived there 4 years. Why does it say 2025? This was the house right before. I think that's why. This was the house before that, right? Is that right, Mayla's mom? This was the house before? Well, dang it. Yeah, that's not accurate then. These were on a Facebook group. This is 2022 to 2024. I thought they lived in the house that they were at for 4 years, so they only lived there for 2 years. Mayla's mom, help me on this timeline a little bit. Because this says 2022, 2024, and then this says 2008. This is supposedly the house that they lived in when they were neighbors. This is what the post said. It said when they were neighbors, and Gary lived in one house and she lived in the other until they were married or whatever, and then they lived in the same one. So basically their families lived in, right? One of the family lived in one, the other lived in the other, and they lived separate or something. I know it doubles up. I'll have to fix that. What's crosses? The crosses? I don't see crosses. What crosses? Did one of them have crosses? Hold on. Oh, I see. I'll have to find that post. I just screenshot it and I'll have to find the post where it talks about these more in depth. Because the dates on them aren't as accurate as it says. Okay, let me play another video while I try to find that. I'm going to play, which one is this?
The attorney for Elizabeth Siders is speaking out tonight. She's one of the 4 family members charged with 16 counts of felony child endangerment. Last month, 33-year-old Elizabeth Siders was arrested along with her husband, her mother-in-law, and father-in-law in Vinton County. Police say her 16 children were being held in, quote, deplorable conditions. Tonight, her attorney says it's just not true.
What she tells me is that the kids had phones. Some of them had social media, the older kids. I don't know how active they were on that social media, but she tells me that they had little inside jokes. And I think the big thing with that is it doesn't jive with the way that this case has been characterized in the public. Because when you use language like feral kids, you're imagining people that have been isolated away from human contact.
Now, all of those kids are being cared for by Children's Services tonight.
Sorry, I was responding. I didn't know it was going to end. Yeah, I didn't realize I didn't date those pictures. I got them off of a post, Facebook, and I didn't realize they had the wrong dates. So, yeah, they're wrong. But I think the houses are right. They just have the wrong dates, which maybe I'll put together my own timeline because I did a background report where it has all their houses listed, you know, but sometimes it's like sometimes they'll have houses that they didn't live in, and sometimes you can't get not exact timeline, but I'll try to piece it together from when the press conference, what they said and everything, and go to their background search. I mean, it has all their properties from like their whole history, and see if I could put together something. But I had a post. I'm going to try to find this article too. Hold on. Let me play another video while I go try to look for it again. What's this one?
Last 18 years. In 2008, both Elizabeth Siders and Gary Lee Siders Jr. lived in Gallia County. According to records, Elizabeth and Gary lived in a trailer park off Belleville Pike. This is the same trailer park that the two were living in separately on the day they were married in March 2008. The couple was then recorded in Gallia County in the Cheshire area in 2022 and in 2024. The two lived off Honeysuckle Drive. And then in 2025, records show the couple lived in Hamden, but at a different address from where I am right now. And that house on North Main Street sits almost directly across the street from a Dollar General and is less than a mile from the house behind me, Jackson.
Yes, because in their background search, there's a house that's like right there. It's like neighbors, like right next to them almost. Like, wow, they used to live like almost right beside where they live now. There's there's one right here. I think there was an article from this video that I was reading through, but this is the video from it because it has the same stuff that I was talking about and the same pictures. So somebody screenshot those. It seems like they took it right from this video and then put the wrong dates on it. But there you go. She lists them out. I'll try to get it on a timeline because she was just kind of like ranting. I'll try to put it on a good timeline and we'll get to see it. But I'll have to do that for my next live. But there you go. So you saw the trailer park. She says that they both, let me play that real quick again.
Last 18 years. In 2008, both Elizabeth Siders and Gary Lee Siders Jr. lived in Gallia County. According to records, Elizabeth and Gary lived in a trailer park off Belleville Pike. This is the same trailer park that the two were living in separately on the day they were married in March 2008. The couple was then recorded in Gallia County in the Cheshire area in 2022 and in 2024. The two lived off Honeysuckle Drive. And then in 2025, records show the couple lived in Hamden, but at a different address from where I am right now. And that house on North Main Street sits almost directly across the street from a Dollar General and is less than a mile from the house behind me, Jack.
That's where they got the dates. It's from, is this video wrong? This is the local Channel 13 News. They're saying the exact same dates that are on those posts. So that's where they got them. Maybe they are right. I'm glad I rewatched that because I didn't catch it. So that's why it looked like there were screenshots from it and they were saying the exact same dates, which only means that they only lived at the house a year. Why were we all thinking that somebody said 4 years? Did we mishear it? Because there's somebody else in chat that heard the same thing. How many in chat? Let me know. Put a 1 if you in your head thought that they said that they lived in the house for the last 4 years. Maybe we just misunderstood. So maybe it was only a year. Because she's saying in 2025 they lived in a house in Franklin County. What the heck? Wow. Huh. If that's a case, then wow, yeah, got messy in a year and maybe it wasn't that bad. Maybe it was just the last year. No, I haven't started it. Why, you want to help me? Because I haven't started it, no. I have too, but this is the Channel 13 News. This is the same channel that did that press conference. Well, I guess they all were there, but the channel that I played it from was this channel where the prosecutor was up there talking, explaining how Gary Siders Jr. had that fall. And that one, I was watching it through this channel. So, I mean, it's not that they're not credible. I don't know. Wow. I'll have to go back and make sure I check it out. Yes, the public of decency here. Let me show you. I have those pulled up to show you guys. Where is it at? Here's those, but there's not much details. Oh shoot, that's really small. Hold on a second. Wow, that looks so small on the screen. Okay, let's do case. Maybe you'll be able to see that. Oh, because this has been up too long. Hold on, let me pull it up again. I had it up this whole time, ready to share it, and it must have expired. Let me put his name in again. 1 second, guys. Okay. All right, case. All right, so dang it, it's so freaking docket entries. So let me make it bigger. So hearing 7/23/2026, this is the public indecency hearing it's supposed to be for. Warrant was recalled. Case information. So it's it says public indecency and the date was May 23rd, 2026. They all say the same date. There's 4 of them. So it's all the same incident, it sounds like, because they all have the same date. So I'm guessing it's all the same incident, but there's just 4 separate charges. So he must have did more than one thing. That, I guess that's how I'm taking it. But you see there's 4. Here, I'll go back. So, and these are the only criminal things that come up under his name under Vinton County. So you see there's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 different ones. Like I said, they all have different numbers. A, B, C, D. They're all different charges, but it's for at the same instance. It sounds like the same date. May 23rd. And yeah, that's all information they would basically give. And it just looks like it's, yeah, see, May 23rd, public indecency, and then you'll see that it looks like there's a pre-trial for that, July 23rd. So, well, I guess we'll see. So that's that. All right, next, let me pull up. This is that post where the new picture of another new picture of Elizabeth right here. And everybody was like saying this is Gary. I'm pretty sure this is her brother Jeremy. This isn't Gary. So, because it says the terrifying past of Gary Siders. Well, pretty sure this is Jeremy. If you look at what her other brother Jeremy looks like, this looks like Jeremy. But this is supposedly her. And to enter criminal record of variance. Okay, so that's that. Let me go to the next thing. All right, so let me play another video. I get this situated. What's this one?
Been living that way for years. As we learn more about the conditions in that home, some are asking, how did this go on for so long? Local 12's Daniel Zivian is here with a look at some medical records and what they tell us about that family. Daniel.
Dwayne, Gary Siders Jr. and his wife Elizabeth are 2 of the people charged with child endangerment, and birth certificates obtained by our sister station in Columbus paint a grim picture. 18 births in less than 17 years, all of them belonging to Gary and Elizabeth, starting when Elizabeth was 15 years old. 6 of the children were delivered by the same midwife, the first 2 of those before Elizabeth turned 18. Under state law, health professionals are supposed to call police or child services if they suspect abuse, but the Siders continued unabated. Records show Elizabeth gave birth prematurely to conjoined twins in 2022. They died an hour later. That was in Columbus. Over the next few years, she gave birth to 2 more sets of twins at an Athens hospital. The former Franklin County prosecutor says questions should have been raised at any of these points.
How are you taking care of the children? What kind of birth protection are you utilizing? Do you want to have more children? It would be, as you say, a giant red flag that should warrant further inquiry by both the healthcare professional and the police agencies.
Now, our sister station asked the Athens hospital whether staff made any reports. The hospital said it couldn't share anything, citing federal law. Similar responses came from Athens County Children's Services and the Vinton County prosecutor. Back to you, Dwayne.
All right, Daniel, many thanks. The state, by the way, is expected to grant $1 million in emergency aid to Vinton County to help care for those 16 children. The state controlling board will vote on that in Columbus on Monday.
Wow. That's cool. Okay, so let me go over a couple things. I have all these stuff I want to get through. So I wanted to go over this because I mean, it is kind of interesting. So let me blow this up a little bit. It's just I just want to read a paragraph of this. So it says, it's not clear why the couple decided to get married in West Virginia. They appear to have been living in Gallia County at the time, just across the Ohio border. If they had stayed in Ohio to get married, the marriage still would have been illegal. At the time, Ohio had no age limits for marriage. So it's like, why did they go to West Virginia to get married? Which they had all for consent, the parents, but they wouldn't even have had to do that at the time because Ohio had no age limits, which is crazy. Does it now have age limit? Hold on. Age limit in Ohio to... So if you guys aren't familiar, I live in Ohio. This is my home state. It's 18 now. Okay. The legal age to get married in Ohio without parental consent is 18. But back then it sounds like there wasn't. I don't know if that's true. Let me see. And then it says the age limit. The older partner cannot be more than 4 years older than the 17-year-old applicant. So if you're 17, you could only get married in Ohio if you meet strict criteria and receive court approval. And that is the older partner cannot be more than 4 years older. Okay. But I'm trying to see the year where the 18 became... Well, I'll look into it a little bit later. But this is saying there was none. So that would have been in 2008. There was no... Oh, I'll put in 2008 because isn't that the year they got married? Let's see if that's even true. It might, I mean, I'm sure. Yeah. In 2008, Ohio had no absolute age limit. Wow. To get married. Minors could marry at any age, provided they obtained parental consent and had their marriage approved by a juvenile court. Oh, they still had to do the same thing. But wonder why they would, I mean, yeah, why did they go to West Virginia when they could have just stayed right there, right? Oh, I see. Never mind. It would have been the same rules, though. See, it's the same thing. So if they were living in West Virginia, they didn't go to Ohio. They just stayed there because it looks like they would have still had to have parental consent. So regardless, it would have been the same difference. Okay, so let's move on. I just had to look that up because I was like, wait a minute. Just want to see if there's anything else. Huh. All right. All right, let me share my screen again. So, what do you guys think though about that? Like about you being able to get married if you have parental consent? I mean, let's say, how do you feel like if you're like within a couple years apart, like let's say if you're not more than 2 years older and you have written parental consent? It's crazy because back in the day, it was normal to get married that young. Like it was weird to wait longer than that. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy how times have changed. Now it's looked at like, whoa, but you go back 100 years. I mean, everybody was married at 15, 14, 13, 12. You know what I'm saying? 200 years. I mean, it's just crazy. Okay, so let's move on here. Wait, is there anything else interesting here? There's a stark reminder of why legislation is so necessary. Okay. All right. No, let's move on. So then I want to look at this. That's what 440 Hampton. Okay, so this is kind of interesting here. So let me read this for you here. So it says, here's the house. It says more information on Sider's family living history. This is not their current home. Please read the post. I am absolutely entitled to share information that comes from a credible source, even when they request to remain anonymous. I will not violate the trust of the source simply because some of the y'all demand that I cite them. I adequately notate everything I post. If you, as the reader, decide not to believe it, it's fine. And this is True Crime Mama, okay? True Crime Mama is the one that on Joey's lives, he talks about her. He talks to her and talks about how she's like he trusts her. He goes on her live, like, so she is in contact with Elizabeth's brother because he mentions her. Anyway, according to the source, one of my sources, yes, they have been vetted and are legitimate, reached out with information about another property they say Gary Jr. and Elizabeth Siders lived in years before the Vinton County investigation. According to the source, Gary Sr. and Lynn, Christina Siders, initially lived at the home by themselves. At some point afterward, Gary Jr. and Elizabeth allegedly moved into the residence with their children. The source says Gary Sr. and Lynn later moved out, and Gary Jr. and Elizabeth remained there until approximately June 2019. The source has told me that someone else moved into the home after the Siders family left. After the Siders moved out, the source says they observed what they described as extreme filth throughout the house, saying the floors and walls required extensive scrubbing because dirt and grime had been ground into the surfaces. This is a different house. So this is kind of proving that it wasn't just that house. But I mean, filth doesn't necessarily, there's a lot of people in this world that are living like this, which is crazy. But the bad thing is what we have to get down to is how long is the neglect of the children, where it was unhealthy to a point where it was like potentially could kill them. Like they said, a couple more days, 2 of the children might not have made it. If that's true, I mean, that's what they're reporting on. I guess we'll have to wait to see how accurate that is. But the source further claims that they were told Gary Jr. and Elizabeth had been squatting at the property before leaving. I want to note that I have not been able to verify that claim through court or eviction records, and I could not locate any documented eviction filings related to property. Additionally, the source says that they were told there had been an incident involving another woman and her baby who had stayed at the residence, although I have not independently confirmed those details. According to my source, the house has since been demolished. Additionally, the New York Post has posted a few photos of the inside of the home. I will link those in the comments. As with any developing investigation, I will continue to work independently verify historical information as additional records and sources become available. But what house has been demolished? There's no way that the current house has been demolished. That's going to be evidence, right? And the New York Post is posting the current house, not this. I'm confused. These are pictures. I could see the pictures. These are pictures of the current house, which I know now because we saw that guy go up to the window, and I know this one, I could see that that's the one where the lion picture. Anyway, I just thought that was interesting, though. This is, I guess, one of their past houses. And then, is this the one? This is one of, which one? Mamila's mama. What year was this one from? Because this is one of the houses they lived in. Hold on, let me see. Let me do something really quick. Now that we know that might have been accurate, those ones that had dates. So this one is this, right? No. Is that? No, that looks different. It looks kind of the same, but different. No. Yeah, that can't. Which one is this? Hold on, I'm trying to find. Is it? I guess that one wasn't in the video, but this is supposedly one of their houses. I don't know. Mayla's mom. This is the one you sent me, right? Which one? I can't find it. This, because it looks different than this one. This can't be the same one because look, this looks like it has these like things on the side where the door would be, and this doesn't even have that. So it can't be the same. Is it? I mean, they could have added. Maybe it is, but why does this look like it has those things? It looks completely different than what this looks. I haven't really examined it yet, like by myself. It's got the 2 steps, no. I don't think it is. Anyway, all right, let me move on. When I know for sure about that stuff, I'll get back to you because I don't know. We're getting conflicting things from all these different sources, I feel like. Well, they had a lot of houses, so maybe it's just a bunch of houses we got to kind of put together and figure out when's what, when they lived where. Oh, in 2021. So are you sure you're confident this is one of the ones they lived at? Let's check out the pictures. In 2021. This is a picture from 2017. Look how bad. So wait, they like rented this out looking like this? Like, do you think 18? Oh, they're selling it for 18,000. This is like a fixer upper. Like for a house for that cheap, yeah, this is something you buy and you fix up, right? So that's why they're just kind of selling it as is. But that says 2017. So well, maybe somebody bought it and fixed it up and rented it to them and then they trashed it maybe. I don't know. I don't know the story, but let me play something else because I don't know. We'll get back to you on that. Let me exit out of that. This is another article, and I don't know if this is accurate, but this has this picture right here. It says parents indicted in Ohio House of Horrors case, but there's so much freaking false. Dude, have you guys seen the person posting on Facebook pictures of kids that aren't even the kids and making it seem like it's the kids? And people are in comments like they haven't released the photos of the kids, like, and they have black kids and stuff, and everybody's like, I don't understand, they're black. So now people are thinking all these crazy thoughts, and people are in the comments trying to say this is fake pictures. These aren't the real kids. They haven't released the pictures. Like, I reported that page because they're putting false info. These aren't the real kids. It makes me so mad when people do that. And then it'd be one thing if I'd read in comments and everybody knew it was a lie, but there's so many people that don't know. So they're taking this info and thinking it's real, and it just makes me sick. And then the ones that first came out where they have kids chained up or duct tape on their mouth and cages. I already talked about that, but that's just like passing it off as real makes me sick. People, they shouldn't be allowed to do that. I know I reported that Facebook because then they also have this picture of this kid with like, and looks like he's like in the hospital with no hair. But then a lot of their posts, I think I reported 3 different posts where they made it black kids, acted like there was black kids. And I think it's just to catch attention. People are like clicking on it because they're like, what? And like I said, there are people in the comments saying this is fake, but there's people that just don't see those comments saying, oh my God, what's up? Why are these kids black? They have a different father. See what's going on here. And people believe this crap. Sick. I know, Mesopenosa, it's sick. Thanks, Beth. Okay, thanks, Kevin. Okay, so I don't know if this might be a real picture. I'm not sure unless somebody just found a picture to, I don't know, but this is a picture. It says 16 children were found in a confined room with feces and bugs in an Ohio house last Tuesday. Boys and girls age 1 to 18. They look like feral animals. I'm trying to see if there's anything new in this. They were taken to the hospital, one in critical condition. They said if they found the children a day or two later, they believe one or two of them wouldn't have made it. Yeah, this is all the same stuff. But the reason I say this is because this picture, if this is, I don't know if this is legit, but this is a new picture that I haven't seen, but it might not even be the house. I don't know. They might have just tried to find a house of a dirty house for the cover of it. I don't know. But this doesn't make me as mad as the other ones where they're like doing the fake kids and stuff. It's just okay. So let's go on to the next thing. And I have some more videos, but I just wanted to read this is the last article that I have that I wanted to read. I'm not going to read it all, but there's some interesting things in some of this. So, let me take this down and let me make this a little bit bigger. Okay. So I wanted yeah, that's where I start. Okay. So it says according to dispatch, these were procured through Columbus Public Health, which showed that 11 of the births took place at Holzer Medical Center in Gallipolis. 7 births were attended by a certified nurse midwife, 1 by a doctor and the rest by a medical doctor. 2 sets of twins were delivered at Ohio Health. I know I read this already, but I might as well just read it again if you guys weren't here. I read another person posted it out, but they're basically posting the same thing. Where did it go? Oh. 2 sets of twins were delivered at Ohio Health Oblenis Hospital in Athens, while the conjoined set were born at Ohio Health Riverside Methodist Church. The records were also dated, showing that Elizabeth first gave birth in 2008 to her eldest when she approximately was 15 years old. So that does debunk the whole she was 13 and had a kid with another person. That I think the brother just mistakenly put out that information and everybody ran with it. Like everybody was reporting it because I think he must have done it like the first day. But this is showing at least what's been confirmed by records is it was the 18-year-old. It was when she was 15. At the time, records reportedly show the couple lived in Gallipolis, Ohio, where they are believed to have lived until 2016. So that would have been their first 8 years of marriage. They lived there. Gallipolis. By October 2017, the couple are thought to have moved to another home in Bidwell, and then in 2019, the couple listed a different home address in Gallipolis. I don't know if I'm saying that right. For a September 2020 birth, a home in Cheshire was listed, and then in February 2022, an address in Bloomer, Wisconsin was given. So they even lived in Wisconsin. In November 2022, when Elizabeth Siders gave birth to the conjoined twin girls, 9 months after her previous birth, 9 months, and her previous birth was twins. Can you imagine, like, just even a regular birth, that many in a row? But 4 sets of twins in a row, a year apart? Like, this is saying after her last set of twins, because I remember from seeing the timeline of the births, there was a set of twins before this set of twins that didn't make it. So that means it was only 9 months. So they're saying twin girls 9 months after her previous birth. Like, what the heck? That means after she delivered twins, right away she got pregnant again with another set of twins. The Cheshire home was handed over as well for the deliveries of the twins born in January 2024. Most recently, a set of twins were born in January 2025. So then another one in a different home in Hamden was recorded. A timeline of allegations against the Siders family. March 31st, 2008, Gary Siders Jr., 18, and Elizabeth, 15, are married in Mason County, West Virginia, with the consent of Elizabeth's parents. May 30th, 2008, the couple's eldest child is born. More children are born in 2009, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 19, 20, 22, 24, 25. They're missing some twins, unless if they were wrong. There was 4 sets of twins. Unless if all those graphs and everybody reporting the last week or so was wrong, but I don't know. Anyway, 2021, the superintendent of Gallia County local schools in Southeast Ohio told WSAZ there are records from this year showing Gary Jr. and Elizabeth were parents with a local school at the time. So on 2021, they were parents with a local school. November 10th, 2022, Elizabeth prematurely delivers conjoined twins who die an hour after they are born, named Faith Lee and Bailey Lee Siders. They were joined at the chest, face to face, according to birth certificates obtained by WCMH. I have those birth certificates somebody posted, but one's really blurry. But we'll look at them after this. 2022, Ohio Attorney General Andy Wilson said the Siders family moved to Vinton County again in Southeast Ohio around this time. 23 and 27, May 23rd and 27th of 2026. A criminal complaint against Gary accused him of recklessly exposing his private parts on 2 occasions on these dates. But there was 4 charges. Oh, but maybe it was... This is 23rd and 20. Let me go look at those dates. I swear they all said the 23rd, though. I'm going to have to double check because this is saying 2 different dates. All right. When I'm playing a video, I'm going to check that because let me take a note about that so I don't forget. Because I have a couple more videos and I'll look. I swear they all said the 23rd. Anyway, June 30th, an arrest warrant is issued for Gary related to the 4 alleged counts of public indecency. Police attend the Siders' home in relation to this investigation and find 16 children living in what police describe as deplorable conditions, confined to a 12-foot by 12-foot space for 4 years. There's the 4 years. That's why everybody's saying 12 by 12-foot space, 4 years, live in 4 years. We got to get to the bottom of these. There's so many conflicting different reports where what is right, and it's not like it's coming from non-credible sources. It could be like credible sources getting different information. July 3rd, 2026, an interview with Elizabeth's lawyer said on meeting his client for the first time, I met a woman who was timid and who was exhausted. It looked like she had been crying quite a bit. She looked distraught. When I asked Elizabeth if is also a victim in the case, he says, I don't think she would classify herself as a victim. He says the initial coverage of conditions at the Siders' home is not the whole story. July 7th, the defendants waived their right to a preliminary hearing, which means they'll go before a grand jury. They will decide whether to indict the 4 accused family members. On the same day, Gary Sr.'s legal team asked for a $300,000 bail to be waived. They argue it's excessive, saying 73-year-old has significant health issues, very limited mobility, and doesn't have the capacity to post any bail money. His lawyer says Gary has denied any and all allegations against him and has a vested interest to clear his name. Baum also says he has concerns about Gary's competency. And then we know when he was transported, he fell, and we know that whole story. He fell, went to the hospital, then they gave him the bond, so he's gonna be able to be in a GPS if he has a bunch of medical issues, and if he gets out of the hospital, he'll be able to go somewhere with a GPS monitor. So yeah, he's the only one they let bonded out. That's just crazy though about how we're getting different stories. Like, was it 4 years or was it 1 year? All right. Somebody, okay, he said, who are they talking about? Meanwhile, a firefighter who was one of the first people on scene said, you can see the cockroaches and stuff like that, bugs in general. Bugs get on the children and scratch and bite, so their condition wasn't the greatest. As far as the smell, it's just a certain type of smell. It's not very pleasant. They didn't know where they were going. They didn't speak to me. I tried to have limited contact unless I was asked to help with the children. It was just quiet. That's what it was. Blank expressions. Of course they were scared. They've never endured anything like that before. All right. Okay, so let me play something because I want to look up a couple things now. This is driving me nuts now. All right, let's play. Oh, real quick. Here's some aerial views of the city that they were living. Just so you could kind of see how small it is. Actually, you want to see when you Google it here, I'll show you how big Hampton is, their city that they lived in 1 second. Hold on. I'll show you on the map. But here's just some aerial views. There's their house right there. So I wonder if so this is all their property? Oh, they don't own it. That's right. They're just renting at their little city. All right, let me show you though on the map. Hold on. Let me exit out of what I already have. Hold on, let me get it on the map. Because that's the first thing I looked up. Hold on. Oh, it's not doing it this time. Hold on. G maps. Before I could just put it in and hold on, let me try it this way. Yeah. Yeah, here it is. Look. That's it right there. You see it's outlined? But really look, there's a lot of it's just land. There's not that many. I mean, there's obviously houses, but look, not much. Like, where's their city? They don't even have it because I think Dollar General is right at the end of it. Hold on, let me move this in. Look, that's Hamden. And their house, I think, is like right here. Yeah. How small. So that's why, like, it was going to bankrupt. Well, I guess that'd be the county. This is Hamden, the city. Wonder if I type in Vinton County, will it bring up the whole county? We'll do that for the county. Hold on, let me try real quick. Does it do that? I gotta try. I guess we won't know unless we try. Vinton County, that's the county that they were in. Vinton County. Yeah. Oh my God, look how small. This is their whole county. This is okay. Right there. Okay. Now let's see in reference to Ohio. I mean, I guess. I guess now I'm curious if I put in Stark, my county, to compare. Hold on. Now I'm so curious. Is that a small? I know the city's really small, that Hampton, but if I put in like Stark County, what would it look like? Let me see. Here's the county I live in. Let me see how it compares. Yeah, I guess it's about the same size, really. Maybe it's a little bit bigger, so I guess I shouldn't talk. But I'm not even saying it's a bad thing. It's just no, I don't think small towns or cities is a bad thing at all. It just you puts it into perspective. Now, I just felt like the Hampton looked so small. There wasn't really much there. You have like this. There's no like city. The city they lived in, there looked like there was barely any stores or anything. But okay. Let's move on. Sorry, guys, that I'm probably boring you with all this map stuff. I never did that before. Looked at like the counties and cities and stuff. Okay, let me play another video because I have some videos. Oh, I still have other stuff too that I wanted to show screenshots, but let's do the video first. All right, here's a little clip from one of Joey's lives. Well, I think it was somebody else that had him on and was asking him questions.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, you're
so, first of all, can I just say I appreciate you for coming out here, giving this explanation. You owe nobody nothing. I just want to put that out there. But I really do appreciate you coming on here and answering questions and being there for the kids. So for that, I want to say thank you and kudos to you for putting everything out there. And I'm sorry that you're being attacked. Now, that being said, I'm just curious, and you touched on it a little bit before. What do you think, like in your heart of hearts, knowing the area, knowing the people, the players in the game, what do you think happened?
I think my sister, after so long, after having so many babies, and she probably didn't want no more. This is all allegedly. I don't know. This is allegedly. I think after she had so many kids, she didn't want none, and they kept her there tied up, making her have them kids. I mean, if you look at that bruise, that bruise around her arm is so embedded. It looks permanent. There's big old black bruises around her neck and everything. They don't just pop up for no reason.
Now, I'm going to say this. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I think I'm lagging a little bit. I absolutely agree with you, though. Now, I am a woman with a lot of kids, all right? I've had 10 on purpose, all right? But I'm going to tell you from experience, it's physically, emotionally, and psychologically taxing. Physically, to have that many kids. Now, she's had almost 1.5 times the amount that I've had, and she is far younger than I am. Now, I don't see any woman, in my opinion, choosing to have a baby back to back to back like that, making that decision. I really don't. So I absolutely agree with you. First of all, she was getting pregnant. And again, coming from a medical perspective, that girl was getting pregnant before she should have. Like, at the point where it was just starting to be possible for her to get pregnant again. And bam, she picked up, she was pregnant. But let me ask you this. You know the Siders, you know the area. Why do you think that they want her to have those children? Do you think they were doing something with the kids? Do you think it was money?
I think it was for money so they didn't have to work. But eventually that stuff cuts off and then they're screwed. And I think that's what happened. They got cut off and there wasn't no way to afford them kids no more. So I think they were going to let them die, unalive. I'm sorry I get used to the stuff on here. I'm not used to that stuff. But I think that's what, yeah. It's allegedly, but it's in my brain. You're right. You're right, Ivory.
So now, do we know that they were getting money from like the state for the children?
Yeah, so my
We
sister.
don't know that actually.
I do. I know for a fact. The first 2 kids that were born, she was getting that 3-year extension stuff that you get from the welfare department for having a kid. She was getting that, but after that ran out, I don't know.
And I'm sorry to keep asking, but these are just things. This is such a complex situation.
Oh, I know.
Now, going back to the marriage at 15 years old. Now, first of all, she wasn't even old enough to be on her own. Obviously, she was only 15. Why do you believe your parents allowed her to get married? Like, did they put up a fight?
From what I heard, no, they just went and signed it. And the problem is they never wanted me and Elizabeth around. We were a burden. Oh, believe me, we and her got called that all the time.
I'm not going to lie. I thought that before you even said it, when I really tried to look at the situation. Now, do you think, and again, knowing the Siders, I don't know these people from Adam. Do you think that there was some abuse from maybe the father? To your
Okay.
sister? I don't mean to say that. I'm sorry.
Are you talking about my dad or his dad?
His dad.
I think that he was doing stuff with my sister, yes. I think the baby needs to be DNA tested to make sure of that too. Oh, and since the rumors are going around and it's mine, I will definitely take mine. My DNA is all over the place anyway in prisons, so they can find that.
Are they saying that?
Yeah, they're saying I slept with my sister. Like they are. This Heather woman, the girl on the other crime show, is saying I slept with my sister.
Oh my gosh.
I ain't been home. I ain't even been around my sister, and that's gross. Like that's beyond gross. If there was any of that going on inside of a family, you know what I'm talking about, the INCES word. If that was going on, that was inside that house. That did not happen in our family. Never.
Is there any SA that happened in your family?
Besides me, my uncle doing what he did to me, not that I know of.
Thank you for being honest about that. I appreciate that.
A clip. The reason he is calling her out personally from that is because we were sent a clip where they were talking about how Joey was accused of SAing his sister, and that was why she left, and that the oldest child could possibly be Joey's.
It's gross. Gross. Like, come on, man.
Oh my gosh.
I understand the stuff that's going on in the hills, out eyes and stuff, but come on, just because we live in a little back country town, don't mean we're like that. That's not what's going on. Now, if it is, like I said, it was in that household, not our household.
There's a lot of new people in here. Joey himself in the beginning of this live admitted to being SA'd himself as a kid.
Well, by my own uncle. That's hard to talk about, but I've talked about it with psychologists a lot, so it's easy for me to come out with it. Not easy, but it's there. Now my uncle, he could have he's in Noble County or Noble Prison right now for Jamie Raines. Just look him up. He's fucking disgusting. Just if my sister was around him by herself, that right there could be a very, very good.
When I met Joey, Joey was a very broken man. And Joey is healing every day. They're asking if it was Jamie Raines.
I'm not playing victim. No one's playing. I am not playing victim. Not playing victim. I'm telling truth. There's no one playing victim. I could care less if you believe me or not.
One more question. As far as Gary Siders Sr., now I don't know the situation on how they approached you or how your sister approached the family, that, you know, your parents, that she was pregnant. But obviously those children were close because they were dating for a minute before that. Do you think it's possible that Gary could have done something to her and that's why they needed her to be married so quickly?
Probably.
I mean, Gary Sr. Like maybe that's why they needed her to be married with Gary Jr.
I don't know. That I don't know.
I wasn't sure if you knew them and you were a little like iffy or suspect on like, you know, their behavior with her. I just wasn't sure, but I appreciate it.
They were nice. They let her around mom and everything. But around 2008, all that stuff stopped. No, they were nice. Mom loved them. They were all getting together. Everybody was doing fine. But after.
And then in 2008, it just changed?
It just, whatever happened. I don't know what happened. That was it. Last time.
Oh, no.
She quit talking to mom. She got.
So if you want to watch the first live I did on this, I do play like him going over him and Elizabeth growing up together and his charges he had with his kids, explaining them all. So check out my first live if you want to check it out. It's kind of interesting to hear what he has to say. Okay, so check this out. I was just seeing this and I didn't understand this picture. I'm like, what is going on? Like, no, not this picture. Where is it? Right here. Okay. So, remember this picture? You have them two, and then it looks like they're on these three. Here, let me bring up the original one. Hold on. Let me find the one where it doesn't cut off their heads. Okay. So this is Linda Siders, which is Gary and Christina's daughter. Gary Jr.'s sister, right? I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger. Okay. And you see, because remember I was going and I was like, I wonder if this was that house, like this could be a different house, because we're like, was anybody there at that house and seeing what was going on? Now this would be very important to really confirm how long were they at that house, because were they there 4 years, which means this could have been anywhere from current to 4 years back, right? It does say April, but it doesn't have, I don't know what the date. I don't know. Was it just this past April? Or if they only lived there a year, then this would have had to be April this year, right? So I'm gonna try to do some digging because that's really important to find out. Because look, it is this house, is it not? Okay, so you see this, you see the green chair, the siding, right? You see they're sitting too on it, same chair, and then they point out this, which I have a clearer picture of it. Hold on. So this is the current house. You see that chair, but I found a current picture. Hold on, or not a current picture, a clearer picture. 1 second. I just went and found it on my photos. Where do I have it? I just added it to this. Hold on, guys. Dang it. I just added it to this folder when. Why didn't it go? Hold on a second. Now this is making me mad because it didn't go to the. Gotta be kidding me. Okay. Where did I think I put it in the wrong. I had such a clear picture on it. Hold on. Let me play a video till I find it. I'm mad now. Here, let me play another video just until I find this picture because it's so clear of those. Hold on.
Okay, awesome. So we won't take up too much of your
real quick. This is Gary Senior's attorney. It's a different interview than we watched before. We don't have to watch it all, but I just want to find this picture.
time, but just kind of a rapid fire with the new developments
Oh,
here
it is.
this morning.
I found it. It was exactly where it was supposed to be. I don't know why I wasn't seeing it. All right, hold on. Okay. Hold on. Let me bring up the one with what's her name? The sister. Let me bring that one up again. Where is it? Okay. And the reason this is important is because was there a witness to all this? If this shows this indeed was taken at this house, okay? Right? Okay. I mean, if it was this bad when their other daughter came and visited, like, did she see something? Like, why didn't she say something? Did it get bad after this visit? You know what I'm saying? Like, how didn't she see how bad it was? Especially if they only lived there a year. That means this would have had to been from the same year. I mean, either way, even if they lived there 4 years, I mean, what did she see? She was at the house. So that means there was somebody there within at least a few years, if not the same year. I mean, she thought that was okay the way they were living, you know? I mean, at least say something like say, hey, mom and dad, you guys got to do something here with Gary. Look at all these kids or something, or call. I mean, I know some people, you don't want to call CPS on your own family, maybe. Okay, I get that. But then say something to them, give them a choice. Hey, if you don't fix this, because these are kids, they need help, I'll help you. Maybe help them get groceries or something, or find some help, show them how to get help from the state, maybe, or say, you know what, I'll give you a chance, get this situated, or I'm gonna have to call somebody because these kids need help. Do something. I don't know. What do you guys think? Am I being too hard on like saying she should have done something? I don't want to like be like, okay, maybe I don't know the whole story, so I guess I shouldn't say anything, but yeah, I mean, hey, crisscross. You might not have met her. Oh, that's true. They may not have let her in, maybe. But like if she would have known there were 16 kids, I don't know. I have a question though. I'm sure most of you guys have seen that movie Hoarders and stuff, or that series that used to, the show. Sometimes they would have kids. Why didn't they ever get charged with like child CA or anything, or child neglect or anything? Because what would happen is they would just get, people would come and help clean it, and then they'd be fine. I don't remember anybody ever getting charged, and I know I've seen ones where there was kids living with them sometimes. But that nobody ever made that a crime, right? I don't know why I'm just thinking of that. That never turned into like a crime. People just helped them get the biggest thing was them getting the house demolished, or you know what I'm saying, not being able to be up to specs to have the house. They would have to tear it down. But they would come in and try to clean it up, right? I mean, I swear there was ones where there was kids, right? And I know this is 16. It's very excessive, but I'm just saying, it's just something to think about. Huh. Oh my God, Rosa, I didn't even think about that. Oh, those poor kids, though. That's all they probably ever knew. I'm sure it was the worst in that moment. I'm sure before that there was probably some better times, I'm guessing. But I'm sure it was always kind of like dirty, just maybe bad hygiene, because that's just how they were raised, maybe, poor or poverty, whatever. Um, so that's all they knew. I'm sure, but I'm sure it got worse. I feel like it wasn't as bad, and then it got really worse, really bad, I should say. But they were more used to it, and that's not an excuse. I'm not saying that, but I just wonder, like, what did they know? Like, did the kids realize how bad it was, as far as like, oh, this is a crime, like especially the little ones where that's like they probably only knew that extreme really bad environment. Like I mean that's all they would know. It's so crazy to think about. It's so sad that there's like there's so much of this going on, you guys, that we don't even know about. I feel like so many homes that are, I don't even want to think about it. It makes me sick thinking about it. um I think they're all okay now. I think they're all out of the hospital from what I understand, right? Or there was two. I swear they said two were life flighted. That's a good point. Are they out of the hospital? In my head, I'm remembering them saying they were, but now that I'm thinking about the wait though, if they were that bad that they were life flighted, how are they already out of the hospital? I swear I heard that they were all out now. I don't know. They're not releasing a lot about the kids besides what they said at the press conference, and they're not releasing a lot because they're kids. So I don't know if we're gonna know the answer to that. I'm sure they will tell us when they are out, and I swear I heard somewhere where they said they were, but maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah. You grade your communities in America like Wagyu beef, it seems. What do you mean, crisscross? Where are you from? What country are you from? Okay. Oh, it's so sad. It's so sad. Mm. Jess Vickery says, I work in CPS. If it just needs to be clean, then a family member can keep the kids until it's cleaned. We visit often until it's resolved. Okay. Halted Groves says, I'm really suspicious of this whole case because I keep getting the gut feeling that there's a cop that has a grudge against somebody in this family. The weird way their eyes were so red, it looks like. What do you mean the eyes are so red? Because I don't the eyes weren't like bruised. Are you insinuating that you think that they were like hit by the cop? Because when you see her eyes, it doesn't look like it was like anything like a bruise, like a black eye. To me, it looks more like it could be like pink eye or crying, maybe excessive crying. And then we saw her in the arraignment and there wasn't like a black eye. Is that what you're saying? Or explain that. Oh. But wait, why weren't the other ones? If they were pepper sprayed, wouldn't all 4 of their eyes be really red though? I don't know. I mean, I guess because there's always anything's possible. I don't know. But I think Senior was really bad off. I believe he could have fell. I mean, he was in a wheelchair. He couldn't even understand, like, he couldn't even barely answer the judge when she's like, he needs to say yes. He couldn't hear. He needed help getting up and in. So I mean, I could see him falling and in need of medical conditions because you saw the way he looked. What was it, 3 years prior? I think this was like 3 years ago compared to this. I mean, there's something wrong here. And there's rumors he had a stroke because, I mean, there's something more than aging going on. It looks like there's something just mentally, like he's not connecting, almost like he may have had a stroke or something that's just, yeah, lost. And then he looks pretty like more normal here I mean, that's a lot of difference in a couple years like this. So I think he does have a lot of medical issues, but that's just my opinion. I mean, I'm open to people's opinions and hearing them and sharing mine and hearing yours. And I mean, I guess we'll all just wait and try to learn as much as we can as the days go by. Here's another picture of some of their. Oh, these are some of the first pictures that got released of the house. But hold on, let me share a couple other ones real quick while I'm going through this. Here's some of the pictures of her. Like I said, that's her, and I'm pretty sure that's her brother Jeremy. This is Gary Sider Sr. and Christina way back. I don't know which kid because I think he has 3 sisters and then him, but really old picture. Look how different he looks. It's so crazy to like see a picture, like you rewind like years and this is the same guy as this. God. Aging is so scary sometimes to me. I don't know. This world. I feel like this world is so scary right now. Anyway, so then you have this picture, which I went over. This is Elizabeth, a lot healthier. Her, like I said, supposedly, or yeah, it's probably one of her kids right here, right? I'm guessing they each have a kid in their arms, and this looks like her brother Jeremy. She does look. I guess her eyes kind of look red. Her eyes right here look like they've been crying. She's probably had a shower in jail and stuff, and those look like crying. But it's too hard to really. It's not very good resolution to really tell if they're like bright red like they were before. But they do look like red, as in she was crying in this one. But I wonder if we had a better resolution, if they would still be really bright red. And then we have, these are those pictures of the house. Let me just go through all the screenshots I have really quick before I play any of the last videos. So yeah, I think she was there. I think Linda was there. This was the house, so she was there. I mean, this picture doesn't look that old. It looks like within the last year or 2 or 3, maybe the last 3, which means they weren't here for 4 years because wasn't this picture, why do I remember 2023? I don't know. And he doesn't look really that bad. So I don't know. If maybe they really were there 4 years, but she was at the house, you see. Okay, so I want to read one more thing here. Where is it? Oh, here's the birth certificates. So the one, this is from the conjoined twins. So you see 8th grade or less it must be your education. Riverside Methodist Hospital, respiratory failure, conjoined twins, it says 1 hour. I think that says Bailey, so sad, 1 hour, yeah, 11/20/2022. I'm trying to get as much information. Gary Lee Siders is the father, she's the mother. All right, this one you could read better over here, it looks like. This one is Faith Lee Siders, female, 11/20/22. Never. Oh yeah, of course, the baby was never married. 8th grade or less. Okay, Gary Lee Siders. I guess already. Yeah, natural. So that's the birth certificates. What is this one? Oh yeah, that just goes with that. That's the person that True Crime Mama posted the birth certificates. And then here's the in loving memory of Bailey and Faith Lee, November 20th, 2022. And then I wanted to read, where's it at? Yeah, this one. Okay. This I already read last time. Okay, I want to read this though. I'm trying to find the beginning of it. Hold on. Okay, so I thought this was interesting. I want to read this post of somebody that's a local of the town that they're in. I was sorry, I was clicking on them because I wanted to make sure I put them in the right order. Okay. So she says, a Vinton County perspective for all of you armchair warriors. First, welcome to Appalachian, Ohio. Welcome to the poorest counties in the state. Welcome to the forgotten people of Ohio. We have to beg to get state help because we are so small in numbers, voting numbers, that is. We are passed over. Want to know why the outside of that house drew no questions? Half the county is envious of that beautiful house. Remember, I said from the outside, they have it made for a family in Vinton County. Many are homeless. They live in cars or campers or spend the night on friends' floors. We have no shelters. Who failed that family? They did it to themselves. Vinton County is the most generous people I've ever encountered. If you ask, you get it. It may not be exactly what you asked for, but these people who have nothing themselves will part with some of theirs to anyone who asks. We have multiple food banks, food boxes, and free clothing stores throughout the county. We even have free community meals at times. Until you live in poverty-stricken county, that is completely overlooked. Don't judge us. We are a zone-free county. Why? People here want privacy and the right to do anything to their property they want. That's right. 5 or 6 cars in the yard is not unusual. Trash piled in the yard and porches is normal. It's not your home. Why would they not throw it in the trash? Many cannot afford to pay trash removal. Because we are so rural, finding someone to haul it is a challenge. Then in heavy rains or snow, no trash is moving. Shoot, people still have trouble getting mail here. How about the state give our mail carriers 4-wheel drive trucks with a plow? We have roads here that a 4-wheel drive is useless. Hold on, there's more. We can go days locked in heavy rains, power outages, broken water lines, almost weekly. Where is your outrage for us? Do you know generations of us went to school every single day, walking past the front door with a condemned building sign on the front door? If you were lucky, the coal furnace was working that day. I'm not talking 50s and 60s. I graduated from that school in 1981, and many more graduates walked through those same doors for years to come. Where was your outrage? We sat in class trying to do our work freezing because even if the furnace worked, the windows leaked and no insulation. We have no hospital in our county. The entire county has only one stoplight. We drive an hour for a Walmart. We are not the same. We don't worry about dirty kids. We live on dirt roads. Kids play in the woods, take baths in Raccoon Creek in the summer. We live our life with what we are granted. And know what? We are a tight community. We do take care of each other, but you have to ask because above all else, we are a proud private people. Do we condone harming children or neglect of children? Absolutely not. Had the children been in school, they would have not only been fed at school, but food sent home. And you could bet the teachers would have made sure that they had coats, hats, and gloves in the winter. Had they applied for benefits, the kids would have been checked on. The failure here was the family itself. So before you go tearing down a community, maybe take time to research Appalachian communities and urge our state elected officials to step in and help those communities that are the poorest communities and the least amount of voters. Let me go to the next one where maybe fix our water problems so we can have time to worry what our neighbors are doing. Maybe throw some grants our way to fix roads so they are drivable year round. Maybe throw more grants our way to fix roofs on houses, keep their electric on. Okay, hold on one second. My phone went off. I just wanted to keep that on. Okay, maybe throw more grants our way to fix roofs on houses, keep their electric on, buy them furnaces and insulate our homes. Even I live in a house without insulation. My heat was off last winter, not because I had no heater. No insulation drove my heating bill more than half a year's pay in 2 months. By January, I had to turn it off. Many houses like mine are 1900s or older. I rent, so don't ask me why I don't get it fixed. And my income is no better than most here. We have no jobs here that are good paying jobs. Working families are lucky if they make 13 to 15 an hour. You are blessed beyond measure if that job has benefits. You city folk pay your McDonald's workers more than our skilled workers get paid. So before you tell us this is the community's fault, I suggest you wait for full details and learn about the proud Appalachian people instead of spreading all the false information for clicks and blaming us. The number of people here stressed over the blaming is insane. These people are here have enough to worry about, like water, especially when we pay for it, whether we have it or not. One fed up and proud to be Vinton County resident. Wow, I didn't realize people were blaming the community. This person says, I read a post today that said this whole community should be on trial for what happened to those kids. Enough is enough. Are people really like going at the community? I get no, you know what? That doesn't surprise me. Yeah, that doesn't actually. I haven't seen much about it, but I mean, I'm sure it's out there. I just thought that was interesting and a good kind of perception of really what the city was like. All right, let me put that in the done. Yeah, so here's a picture. Obviously, he AI'd this. This is a picture of Joey, her brother, and this is a picture of Elizabeth, but he put them together to make it's a cute picture. They put them together to make it look like it's actually pretty good to make it look like they're together. But this is her brother. If you see, any lives around, you'll know that's her brother. Because I don't know if he's still doing them. I know for the first week or so, he's doing a live every night. TikTok, so they don't get saved. But people screen record them. So let me exit out of some of this. Okay. So here's I already played that. That's just crazy, the difference. She probably needs some medical help from having all those kids. I don't even know how she physically was able to do that. She had to get some kind of care, right? From having all those kids and twins and stuff. Because how could she even be standing? And it's just crazy. Oh, that's the whole competent to stand trial. The judge, I guess, denied that, but now they're seeing if he's a mental evaluation. Wait, they denied one of them, but I mean he's still getting evaluated, Gary Sr. All right, so all of that I think is good. So let's go to the videos now. I shared all the only thing I haven't shared that I wanted to possibly share is the Joey, her brother's record and different charges, which I'm still not sure if, maybe I should just leave it. I already went over some of the charges, like generally what they are, but like to go to read the one document that goes specifically of him and his ex-wife, the assault, because is it relevant to this case? I mean, I guess in a way where, maybe his issues growing up could be similar to Elizabeth, his sister's issues growing up. So that, that's why I did grab it, but I'm still waiting to see if you guys think I should read through it or not. But like I said, he's got some charges. He has talked about him, the endangering kid one, a couple assaults. He's out right now. He has a warrant out, which he admits there's a warrant out for him, but he has like 9 months to do yet. Some amount of months that he still has to do because he didn't want to go in like one of the halfway houses because they do a lot of drugs. He says he's never done a drugs in his life. He doesn't want to go to that because they're bad influence, so he just didn't go. So now there's a warrant out. He said he'd rather do his time in jail. This is his words. As I'm saying, this is his explanation. Said he'd rather do his time in jail, but they wouldn't let him. They wanted to put him in this house, but he didn't go. So now there's a warrant out. So he said he's going to turn himself in after he helps his wife, whose dad needs help because her dad just had a stroke, I think she said. So she needs Joey there to help him move him and stuff. So then he's going to turn himself in. That's what he says. All right, so let me play this a couple more videos. Do you guys want to see the other interview with the Gary Sider Seniors? The one I started, this one or not?
Okay, awesome. So we won't take up too much of your time, but just kind of
it's another interview with Gary Sider Senior's lawyer. It's up to you. I'll start it and see what you guys
rapid
want.
fire with the new developments here. This morning we saw your client released now into medical care. Any details that you can provide for us on how he's doing and what's going on? Obviously, we respect his privacy, but any information you can provide on that front?
Yeah, thank you, Lexi. Appreciate you having me. So, as you know, I had a chance to view the news conference from prosecuting attorney Archer. Similarly, as a result of HIPAA, there's not a lot I can tell you, but to be perfectly frank, I don't know really any more than anyone else here does. When I did meet with him, I can let you know that obviously I had some concerns for his health. I specifically asked that the law enforcement officials who were there at the sheriff's office have him checked out by nursing or medical. So I did specifically ask about that because I myself had some concerns for his both his mental health as well as his physical health. It appears after that he was taken to the hospital, checked out, and they found some more serious medical conditions than they had previously anticipated. Then he was then again released today on recognizance bond to address his medical problems.
Certainly. And the last time we spoke with you, you hadn't met with him yet. I know you talked about noticing having some medical concerns. When you first met with him, was that kind of the first thing that you noticed about him was the kind of medical? Can you describe what he was like and also just kind of what that first meeting was like?
Sure. I mean, I don't want to suggest that the first time I saw him, my first instinct was this is a person who's got problems. That'd be a silly thing to do. But obviously, I'd already seen the court hearing where he exhibited behaviors that were concerning. In addition, I'd already seen some other information that led me to have some concerns about his medical history. I've gotten some collateral information that has addressed concerns about his mental health, etc. So when I met with him, obviously I came into my meeting with all of that already in mind. Nothing during my meeting dispelled some of my concerns. In discussing things with him, he exhibited some of the same behaviors and mannerisms that he did during the court hearing and court proceeding, which had led me, of course, to file my motion for competency and to have him evaluated for both competency and whether he was legally insane at the time, which, of course, is a legal term of art. I don't want anyone who hears this or sees this to go off and try to, say this is just attorneys using a technicality or anything like that. Legal insanity or insanity is a specific legal defense that requires that people know the wrongfulness of their conduct when something takes place. It's not simply some throwaway motion or some sort of trickery. It is a right that all people deserve by law to know that what they're doing, there's a mens rea or a mental state that's required. So this is all part of that process. I want to get that right out there in front and make sure that, I've seen the commentary, I've seen the comments online. This is not some sort of way of trying to sneak around or do something underhanded. This is a part of the process in very many defense cases. And in this case, I do have some very significant concerns for his competence.
Certainly. And I know also the last time that Heather and Katie had spoke with you, it was still really early on. Again, you hadn't met with your client at that point, but suggested kind of that possibly it could be a situation where maybe Siders Sr. is a victim in this. I am not expecting you to make any claims. I know it's super early, but is that something that you guys are still considering? Is that on the front? What's it look like from your point of view, if you're willing to share any details on that?
I mean, briefly, sure. This is still the same early stage, as has been widely reported and is absolutely accurate. There has not even been a single indictment filed. These are all 4 people who are facing criminal charges. They haven't faced grand jury. I know there's questions to the prosecutor about when grand jury would take place. He was appropriately cagey about when that would be, and I don't mean that in a negative way. He was appropriately quiet about it because, as he noted, this is a secret process with grand jury. So we don't know when that will happen. So it is at the very preliminary stage. Obviously, I've already filed for discovery, but there are certain rules of evidence, certainly Criminal Rule 16, which details when and how and what the state has to provide to the defense. We have gotten some minimal information, but whether or not he is a victim, I think that word sometimes gets thrown around colloquially in maybe an inappropriate way. Victimization could mean a whole host of things. I do know that, again, if Mr. Siders is in fact a person who is not competent and was, living in a location that was not great, one could consider him potentially a victim, but the victimhood, of course, is subjective and in the eye of the beholder. What I would say is this: at this point, we need to establish whether or not he's competent. If he is not competent to stand trial, that pretty much ends the inquiry as to all the rest of it. It becomes somewhat moot, because if you're not competent to stand trial, you're simply not competent. And then you just simply have to address what we can do to either find out whether he's restorable or find out what we're going to do with him, typically from a medical standpoint.
Yeah, and strictly just kind of getting your legal expertise here with your client, now released. I know they talked about if he's released from the hospital, he'll have a GPS tracker. What does that look like process-wise for the hearings and kind of the next steps as this case moves forward for him, and kind of when he'll be back in court, all that legal jazz?
Sure. So, I mean, some of this is obviously prognostication, because once you file a motion for competence or to determine whether a defendant is competent, they have to undergo a psychological evaluation to determine competence. At that point, when the motion is filed, typically speedy trial and other sort of issues are stayed, the proceedings are stayed to determine whether or not he is in fact competent. So as far as it pertains to my client, and I can't really speak to any of the other 3 co-defendants or what their counsel are going to do or how they're going to process their cases, but for Mr. Siders Sr., at least, once that competency motion is filed, that essentially puts a bit of a stay on the proceedings or on the process. That doesn't necessarily mean that he can't be indicted, but again, we're so early in the game. we'll see what happens with that psychological evaluation. It may come back before grand jury even convenes, before he's even indicted. It may come back after the fact. So when it comes to what the next steps are, it really depends on what happens next from the state's perspective. If they do, in fact, indict him, then of course there would be an arraignment where he would plead not guilty to all charges, and we would proceed forward in the normal course of things. But even with that proceeding the normal course of things, you still have to establish whether or not he's competent before you can move forward with any sort of trial proceedings against Mr. Siders. So until that is established, until he is established to either be competent or incompetent, we're kind of at a standstill.
I understand too. There's no hard and fast rules with that. That timeline could look like anything to get that back. Is that accurate?
I would say that's accurate in the sense that there's not a strict timeline. There are guidelines out there. However, I think we all in the legal profession, and probably certainly those covering the legal professions like yourselves, know that the mental health industry is very stressed. They have cases coming in every.
Okay, so I looked up with the children because I see somebody said that the one was still in the hospital. So here's what I found here. That was an early report. They haven't really said anything about that, but what they have said is children are safe and in state's care, which makes you believe that, oh, they're all fine, they're all safe, they're all out of the hospital. But that's not really what that is saying necessarily. So it doesn't look like they have said that, but the early report did say, right here, I'll show you. So an early report, July 8th, should be in here. Where is it? Wilson said the children, some of whom were unable to speak, were in urgent need of a medical care. 7 were taken to hospitals in Columbus. 2 were flown to level 1 trauma centers. Hold on, there's one. It should say something else. Hold on 1 second. Wait, what did it? This is supposed to say that there was one in critical, one of the 2 was in critical condition. Somewhere in here supposedly says one of the 2 were in critical condition, but this is an early report. So I feel like why some of us were thinking, oh, that they're all out, because I was thinking that, and I think some of the people in chat said they were thinking that too, that they were all out of the hospital. I think it's because they keep saying, well, they're not keep, but they're reporting that they're all safe in state care. So does that necessarily mean though that those 2 are out of the hospital? I not really though, and they haven't said for sure if that one is still in the hospital or not. I have to find where this is supposedly says. Hold on, I have pre-picker. Wow. It says Wilson alleged the children were in such poor conditions that they looked like almost feral animals. I don't know where the one says that, but I don't know. I still would say there hasn't been a official report, I don't think, that said they were out. They just said they were safe in state care. So are we to take that means that the 2 really bad ones are out? I don't know, guys. I don't think that's necessarily what that's saying, but because I didn't really analyze that and look into it. And when I heard that, that's what I thought. But now that I'm really thinking about what that actually says, I don't think that's what that's saying. So I don't know, guys. I guess I will keep you updated. I'm going to keep looking into this and seeing. But let me continue this and I'll see if I could find anything more.
And they don't have enough professionals to help with it. So when you have a litany of people, whether they are criminal defendants or just the general population, who are asking for mental health assistance, and you have not enough mental health professionals to provide those services, that can sometimes stretch the timeline out. When you have a person who's in jail, typically that accelerates the process. Once a person is released from jail to go get medical treatment, they are typically not put at the very top of the list because, of course, someone who's incarcerated has a greater interest in determining whether they're competent or not, as opposed to a person who's no longer incarcerated. So with his being released for other medical treatment or for medical treatment for this purpose, it does skew the timeline somewhat. I would say that I don't think anyone in this process wants to prolong it any more than necessary.
I've got my headphones in.
Oh, okay, perfect.
So I was just going to ask, I don't know if you can answer this, but I was just going to ask about, we spoke to a brother-in-law of the family, another family member, or one of our sister stations did, and he mentioned that your client possibly had a stroke. Is that something you can talk about at all? Is this related to that? I don't know how much you can get into it, but I just wanted to ask about that.
I appreciate that. I do know that there's been lots of social media postings, and family members or distant family members have sort of wanted to chime in with their 2 cents. I take some of that in. I take some of that with a grain of salt. If you're asking, can I comment on a specific medical issues that Mr. Siders has suffered? I can't get into that, both for privacy issues, HIPAA issues, and otherwise. I can say when I met with him, he exhibited behaviors that were concerning to me and concerning enough for me to alert staff, both at the jail and otherwise, to ensure that he got medical treatment that I felt he needed. And it turns out that in fact was what he needed.
I think the other question you kind of touched on a little bit, but could you say more about the prosecutor kind of had some comments today about the state of social media. We talked about that a little bit in our last interview. The rumors and such, kind of, what did you hear what the prosecutor said about it, and what was your response to what he said, if so? And if not, I can kind of paraphrase.
No, I absolutely heard what Attorney Archer said, and he and I have had some discussions about that. And just as I've been pretty blunt about this in the past, I will do so again. When the AG inappropriately made comments, knowing what I believe to be very little of the actual situation, he inflamed the situation unnecessarily. I see online constant referrals to a quote unquote house of horrors. There have been allegations that children were in chains or in cages, or a whole host of things that are not only inappropriate speculation, but all of this was fueled by what I consider to be absolutely inappropriate comments by an AG who clearly didn't know what he was talking about. Clearly didn't know what he was talking about. You can put that in quote.
Wow. He does not like the AG. Well, I shouldn't say that. I guess he's just not agreeing with what he said, I should say. But Casey, that's a good point. So you say, but if she didn't have a choice and he was controlling everything, which she means Gary Jr., that makes even more sense why he wouldn't want government assistance, because he wouldn't want them in his business, especially if he's abusing everyone. That's true, because if he got help, they would be more to keep getting help. They would they would want more information on stuff. You know what I'm saying? And they would be more likely to be checked in on, maybe. I'm trying to think, because sometimes you got to supply them with, documents. And since they had so many kids, they might be more, they want to go check in on them and make sure, just have more of a chant on that. So yeah, I could see that. But that's just so crazy, because they could have got so much help. And really, if there was no complaints, and if they just, filled out the proper paperwork every year, whatever they needed to, there probably wouldn't be a ton of checking in, unless if there was a reason they thought, oh, but that's a good point, because if it was real bad, he probably thought, well, they would have a reason. One check in, if they wanted to, we'd be screwed. So that's a good point. That might be the reason. It just sucks, because dang it, the kids could have had proper nutrition, proper clothes. They would have got spending. They would have got clothes spending, probably, because they give you like an extra, you could apply for actually extra help that's not food stamps, which they would have definitely got the help. They would have had health insurance, enough food stamps to feed the whole family, plus probably extra spending on like clothes and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's crazy.
On the front line, the AG did not know what he was talking about. And what he did was put all of us in a position where, look, it is not, I'm not going to say uncomfortable. It's not appropriate for these cases to be tried in public. That's not how this is done. That's not how this is handled. It's supposed to be handled in a court of law. I should not have to be coming on, and I have no problem speaking with either of you. You're both very lovely. But I should not have to come on here and explain to the public why an AG would make inappropriate statements that inflame a situation and set off a firestorm unnecessarily, creating an issue with presumption of innocence, obviously, creating an issue with venue and how we're going to possibly get a jury, and creating an issue with just trying to prosecute or impose guilt upon people before they've had their day in court. It's not appropriate. And I'm not saying the entire office, frankly. I've dealt with many assistant attorneys general who are all excellent to deal with. But this one particular individual who felt that it was important for him to get in front of a podium and make statements for what I believe to be gaining political points or some other basis that only he knows. And you can all ask him about that, but he's been conspicuously silent since that initial press conference. For him to come out and make those statements unnecessarily has created a problem. And then what happens is the internet gets a hold of it, and the internet does what it does. On the plus side, the internet does what it does, and certain people come out to defend these individuals, such as family members that have posted things that counter what the AG said. And then you also have the other side of the coin, as Attorney Archer mentioned, where you have people putting up AI images or memes or other things that are disgusting, range from disgusting to inappropriate to just simply cruel. And I think that Attorney Archer is correct. He did not do this. When he went out and made his statements, he made very basic statements to essentially assuage any concerns the public had about trafficking or danger to the community. And then he stopped where it was appropriate to stop, and the AG took over unnecessarily. So my concern here is that we have had to make these statements over and over again, trying to implore the public to take a deep breath and to let the facts come out. You have people talking about my client like he's a monster, and now we have him going to the hospital to get medical treatment for serious medical problems. Now, does that mean he's innocent? No. Does it mean he's guilty? Absolutely not. But that's the whole point of this process. And so when you have the public automatically piling on and putting out memes and putting out all this nonsense on social media, as Attorney Archer accurately put, I can't stop that. I can't change that. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with people putting lies out there or mistruths or mischaracterizations or hyperbolic exaggerations, but I can't stop that. All I can do is come on and tell you guys and tell the rest of the media what we've actually seen and what everyone should be doing, which is taking a step back and letting the process play out.
Can you also, I don't know if you can talk about this, but does it put any pressure on the case that the Attorney General is now like part of it? Like the state is involved now and going to be like appointing a special prosecutor. Does that change the situation at all for you? Or like what's your reaction to that part of it?
No reaction whatsoever. And I don't mean that in a negative way. The Attorney General's office, I've handled multiple cases with them in the past. They have always handled their cases professionally and appropriately. I've never handled any cases with the AG specifically, but his assistant attorneys general, I've handled multiple cases with them. I have cases with them right now in other counties. They have been nothing but professional. And to not make a double negative there, they've been very professional the entire time. I've had no issues whatsoever dealing with them. And they are just like any other prosecutor's office. They're a prosecutor's office. Their mandate is to seek justice, and I don't expect that they will handle it in any other way in this case like they would any other case.
Does having him specifically on the case, like I know his assistant will be helping, but now that he's like appointed to be also helping out with this case, does that does that cause any problems for you guys, like for the process in general, maybe more generally, since he's made these comments?
It causes no problems for me. If he hears these comments I've made about what he said and he has an issue with me, I'll be happy to address them with him in person. I don't have any problem saying anything to him in person that I would not otherwise say via a Zoom camera or in person to any other person, media or otherwise. I have no problem handling a case with people that I have disagreements with, and I can certainly disagree with people professionally as long as he's appropriate from here on out. We'll have no further concerns.
I realized I'm on mute. Oh my lord. Dang it. I was just really oh jeez. So what I was saying, thank you real quick. Let me think this. Thank you, Adele. Oh my god, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I do this too much. That was the first time today though. What I was saying is, gosh, dang it, dude. I was just kind of like, see, don't I hate that when it's like I'm able to convey my thoughts so good is when I'm on mute. Like I can't redo that, I feel like. But I was talking about food stamps. I am going to try to redo it because I think it's important. I live in Ohio too. So I was just saying, are you sure, Casey, that since yours was Social Security, mine, so I was on one time, and like I said, I got food stamps for 1 year, which if you guys, like I was saying, if you guys know my story, I'm a recovering addict, was homeless in Colorado, moved back. I never was one to use the system, which I should have actually done it for prior, like when I was struggling for the years before, trying to get on my feet, struggling addict, recovering addict. So this is when my year of recovering, didn't have a job, trying to get on my feet. And that's what that stuff is made for, is to help you get on your feet, to get, you know what I'm saying, to be able to take care of yourself. So I mean, I used it for 1 year and it was plenty. And it was the year when I, moved home, was trying to, recover, going through, I did the outpatient program. And I was living with my other grandma at the time. So for that year, I got it plenty. It was more than I would need to eat. It was enough for me and my grandma, to be honest. It was plenty, and that was one person. If I had a kid, I would get more. Every kid, when you have children, they really help you out. So every kid, it would go higher and higher, and it was plenty just for me, like I said. And every kid, you get more. So I really think that if and I live in Ohio, the same state she did. So I think if for some reason it wasn't enough to feed them the entirety, it still would be way more than what they're getting now, or what they were getting. So, and then you add on like charities, food drives, they probably wouldn't have to spend a single dime to get help from food stamps, and then help from like the charities and food drives and stuff like that. I don't think I think it would have been enough, to be honest. Having 16 kids, they would have had their health insurance. They've been able to go be checked and medically good, because they would have got Medicaid 100%. They would have got covered with Medicaid, health insurance. Everything's covered. Everything. You don't have to pay anything. They would have definitely qualified. And also, they do another thing, which I didn't try to get, but it was an option that I could have tried to apply for, where it's extra money assistance, where it's not food stamps, but it's extra, where you get like money to help with maybe clothes or whatever you need. And they would have qualified for a lot of that. So my point is, yeah, they missed out. But I get what you bring up, a good point, that maybe he didn't want to because it would have brought eyes on them. Because they may have, with that being that many kids, giving out that much, it was just me doing it and only for a year. But if they did it for years and it was that much, because it would have been a lot of money for that many kids, they may have wanted to do, a check a once a year, or even a once every couple years. If he thought, if there was something going on for years and he didn't want the eyes on him, because there may have well been for that many kids, they may have wanted to, check in CPS, or, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, you bring up a good point. But yeah, but disability would be different than poverty Medicaid, food stamps. Wouldn't it be though? Your generation, Eck? My generation? You're talking about my generation? What do you think my generation is, Crisscross? How old do you think I am? I'm just curious. How old are you? I'm 45, so I don't know how old you think I am, but I don't know. Anyway, maybe you're not talking to me. I'm confused who you're talking to, but um oh, zavgirl is what crisscross to NB2 said. Oh, I was gonna say, like, what? How old do you think I am? I'm not like some young. NB2. Wait, who are they talking to? NB2? I don't know. All right, guys. Oh, sorry. I'm just reading some of the comments that I missed out on. I don't think nobody, if you have a kid, I disagree. She would have been able to get food stamps. I disagree. I think she would have been able to get food stamps. They're especially having kids, but I mean, um, I know. I wish I would have land to live off of. Thank you, Figgy. Thank you. Thank you, Adele. I don't feel that. Yeah. I guess part of me does, like my body. I don't know. I don't know how old I feel, but thank you. um I agree, Cynthia. Yeah, I know. I do think like trying to like baby everybody, all your kids is creating like babies, I guess. They're not really ready for the real world. But now our world is so different with the freaking social media. It's like you could be a millionaire just doing stupid stuff online. Like it's just so weird. I don't even know what to think. If I think back from high school to now, the world is so different. Like it's incredibly different that it's almost like, is that the same word? It's just so weird to think about. It's almost scary to think about. This way I don't like to think about too deep because it freaks me out. This world is scary and weird and oh, poor children. I mean, I don't have any children, but like, my nieces and nephews, it's like, what kind of world, or when they're adults, what is it going to be like? Thank you again, Adele, for that. I don't think I thanked you properly because I think that was when I was in the middle of I was on mute. um, huh. An abuse, wait, like the intimate partner violence is associated with, huh. Yeah, it's like, I even like, I'm addicted to my phone. I need to stop it like every day. We all do now, but it's like, it's so crazy. This is my wind down, guys. I always do a wind down. I'm done with covering. I don't have anything else to play or cover. I like to just kind of wind down and just hang out and like talk to you guys for the last like 10-20 minutes or however long I ramble or talk to you. Sometimes we'll get into something where it goes way longer, but I'm going to try not to. I'm going to try to be done in 10 minutes. Okay. Um it's like they're keeping us so distracted on our phones, and it's like the dopamine rush, it's like you're real it's like I'll watch videos on it, but then I'm sitting there, what am I doing? I'm on the video watching. Like you wake up, you get on your phone or your iPad and like watch. I'm a YouTube. I love the YouTube. But whatever your choice of social media, whether it be TikTok or you know what I'm saying? And it's like how much a day it consumes us. And then my job, I'm online and have to be like researching and YouTube, you know what I'm saying? So that part I don't feel guilty, but it's like my off time where what I like to do for fun is watch like YouTube and stuff like that. But then I'll like be like, well, wait though. Like generations before us, they'd be watching TV. There would be like TV, but so instead, it's on YouTube, but then it's like, or you're on your iPad or phone instead of watching the TV. But then it's like, wait a minute, no, because you'd watch TV a few hours a day, but then you'd be out, you do stuff. It's like, I don't know. I'm addicted. Dude, I want to quit. Like, I want to be able to put down my phone more or my iPad or whatever. And it's like, okay, put it down. And then all of a sudden I'm catching myself and I'm right on it again, watching something. And it's like, I feel like it's more addicting than TV is because like you get bored with one thing, you could choose and pick exactly what you want to see. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to be like, watch TV, this is on or whatever, and you could do other stuff. You just constantly choose whatever. Oh, I want to watch this. Ooh, let's watch this. Oh, let's watch this. Oh, I want to watch something on this. And it's like at your fingertips. So I need to meet people, local people around here. So, because I don't really have any local friends. I need to, so I could just get out and do stuff. Like I do stuff with my family. That's it really. Like if I go see my brother or nephews or my mom or whatever, but I need to like have like somebody where every week I could go out and do something. You don't have sound? Oh, they must be back a little bit. You want me gone? What do you mean? Is that a typo? I want you said I also want you gone. But I also want you gone, you know? Huh. I think that was a typo. I don't watch TV at all either. We don't even turn on our TV. I told my mom you should get rid of the cable. Like we don't even watch it. She's on her iPad. I'm on my iPad. I guess if I had kids, you know, but I just made bad choices and ended up on the drug addiction path. But I have been sober 9 years, but I'm just saying that that's I, that's the reason I feel like that I never got to, you know, find somebody, settle down, because I was getting high. And but that's the choice I made. So got my nieces and nephews, but I do need to make some like local friends so I could go do stuff. Um yeah. That's where I started, like true crime on my channel. And then I mean, I guess I remember when I first moved home and was trying, you know, recovering, I would watch for my ASMR. I would watch what's his name? Every night, like before bed, like a, you know, an hour or two before bed, and it would make me get tired and sleep. Oh my lord, what's the painter? I can't believe I can't even. Why can't I even with the big fro? See, this scares me that I cannot think of his name, but that's just like normal, right? But is it normal? Like we all say we have the, you know, we have that issue, but is it because of our brain being so freaking messed up from technology? Like normally I think we could think of stuff better. I don't know. Bob Ross, yes, Bob Ross. Maybe it's just me. I love Bob Ross. ASMR, it's the best. He's got that soft voice, the brush going against the canvas, getting the beat the devil out of it. Just beat the devil out of it, and he does that. But his calm voice, dude, that got me through a rough time. I'm telling you, every night, I would say for a year, I was listening to him every night. So I'd watch him, and that was even relaxing watching him. And then when I fall asleep, the sounds just awesome. Oh, that's just a part of my last name, Zavarelli. Just Zavarelli is my last name. I don't know. It's just uh wait, what was the one my brother? Hold on, I'm trying to think of something to give you I can't think. See, I can't even think of an example I was going to give you of what they called my brother. But a lot of times they use the first I don't know. It was like when I used to watch my nephews, we used to do these goofy videos, and it kind of like it kind of got that name also from those videos too, but it's just I don't know, Zavarelli, so zavgirl, I don't know. It's silly. But I named it that when I didn't realize I was gonna like have this channel. Um I just had to think of a name because I was into Chris Watts. That's when I started. I was so obsessed with the Chris Watts case that I just like, oh, I put out a video, and I didn't want it to be on my personal YouTube channel that I was just watching things on. So I just like, oh, I just thought of a name. But then as I was like, whoa, and I started really doing it, I changed it. I can't remember what I changed it to, but I wanted it more true crimey, and everybody's like, wait, did you change your name? Why'd you change your name? We like zavgirl. So it's like, I have to keep it. Everybody was like, no, just keep it. So I changed it back. And so I know it's not real true crimey, but that's just how it ended up. So, Zeke Zavarelli, yes, it is. 9 years. I've been doing this channel 9 years. So the sober would have been October 9 years, but then I started the channel in February. So that next February. So it'd be, wait, October. So 4 months after my sobriety date. So if that tells you anything. Because October 16th was my sober day, right? And then it was February when I started my channel. So anyway, all right, guys, I'm gonna go. I was see Zeke had his look at I love him. So when he looks this way, he's looking at me. He's looking straight at me. I love you, Bubba. So he it was his heartworm flea tick day. Or wait, they just put the heartworm mixed with the tick medicine, at least the vet we take him to. It used to be 2 separate things, and one was for every 3 months and one was every month, but they just put them together for this summer. So this is the third month he's had them together. So it's like the tick and the heartworm all together, the flea, tick, and heartworm. So he just took it today. So sometimes he gets a little dry nose, and it's the first day, so sometimes he gets a little extra tired and just has a little bit of symptoms. So I just want to go cuddle with him because he had it earlier today. I spoil him so much. Good job. Wow. That's impressive. What was your drug of choice? Good job. Congrats on that. August 31st. Wow. Wait. Wow. That's kind of crazy. That's awesome. All right, guys. If I'm missing some of your stuff, I'm trying to screw up and. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She could have got a lot of help. I know you're saying it's different, but she still could have got a lot of help. Trust me. I'm agreeing with you, Lee, but I don't know. Yeah, I agree. All right, guys. Hey, Liberty. Mio's mom. Yes. Thank you again for sending me things. If you find that out, send it to me. Since Cerber, thanks for being here. I am gonna end it, guys. Yes, that's what I said. Tandy Can, 9 years. It looks like there's a lot of people that have a sober date. Congrats, everybody. It's definitely something to be proud of. Oh, aw. Thank you, Tandy Kane. All right, guys. Ooh, my phone battery's low. Thank you for coming, and I will see you next time. Congrats, everybody, on the sobriety. Those of you that is definitely something to be proud of. It really is. I don't know if any of you guys were like me, where it was like I was to the point where I didn't think that I could even live life without it. It was like, you know what? What's the point of living without it? Like, I'm never gonna be able to be happy without it. That's how I was so bad. That's how I felt. And I am here to tell you, you can. You just got to give it time, and you can be happier without it. Not just happy, but happier. Aw, Tanny Kane. That's, oh, thank you. All right, bye, guys.